So, how's everybody doing tonight? Whoa, what a week it has been. And I don't know about you, but I'm just sort of tired with too. See, I'm already drunk. I am tired of bullshitting around, pussyfooting around all of this. I just want to talk about what the hell has been going on for the last week. The dismissal news, what's up with the Judge Lyman thing. I like you, I watched Cassidy's video, and I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I mean, her video was great, but I don't know if the judge is in bed with people and is corrupt, or if what we're seeing here is just, unfortunately, is just the justice system right now, and it is just hard as hell, y'all, to get a defamation suit across the line in a lot of these states, particularly, yes, New York, and then also California. But it's getting worse. It's sweeping the country. Anyway, I don't know. So here's the deal. And by the way, hello, everybody. To those who disapprove, some people disapprove of what we're doing here, of me making light of the situation and promoting drinking. I wish I had Betty Buzz products right now. I don't even drink, y'all, because I generally have yucky experiences with alcohol. It just doesn't do much for me. I'm not trying to hold myself up. Believe me, as someone who is, as we used to say in the old days, straight edge, because I ain't, and it's been many years since I was. But I've just always pretty much hated alcohol, except for the very rare occasion when I might be at someone's house or a party or something, and someone says, "Here, have a drink," and I will have an occasional drink, and then for some reason, occasionally I do like it, and I have another drink, and then I have another drink, and I feel okay about it, and that is what happened tonight, everyone. So I figure let's just push it to a fourth one. We're just going to stop at 4, but over the course of this live stream, I will be consuming this gross stuff. What's up? I don't know if we have a mod tonight, because I'm doing this spur of the moment. But anyway, but thank you to my viewers, everybody. What's up? And let's talk about it. So the dismissal news. Oh, by the way, I know what I was going to say. To those who say this is inappropriate or whatever, I just have to say that a number of my viewers really seem to have an oversized estimation of the impact that what I do on this show has. And I don't mean that in a bitchy way or whatever, but simply to say that I wish that I had the kind of reach and the kind of influence and the kind of impact that some of you think I do, where you think that any of this stuff that I do in the day-to-day has any effect, negative or positive, on Baldoni's situation. I wish it did. So, I'm going to talk about this in a little while, the amicus, what happened there. I posted on it on Twitter about what happened, and then, of course, some Amber Heard and Blake Lively defenders started retweeting it and making fun of me, and I had to kind of admit on that one, it did sound pretty stupid. So I was like, well, I'll just take it off, but I'm still turning it in. In fact, I have been adding to it, and look, he dismissed the defamation thing, and so that was what I wrote the brief about. But I have more to say. So there was a mishap with it. I'll explain later. Long story short, I'm still going to turn the thing in, because I've actually decided to turn it into a larger meditation per se, or paper on this situation. And I'm not going to be antagonistic or aggressive or anything. It's mostly what I've already written, where I was arguing why this case shouldn't be dismissed. And now I'm reframing it in terms of the request that I'm sure, or the demand that I'm sure Blake Lively and her attorneys will be making now for treble damages, according to the California 47.1 statute. In fact, some of you might have seen this, that as soon as Judge Lyman's ruling came down and he announced that he was dismissing the defamation claims, and one or two other things. I know that there's still a number of things that have survived, and we'll talk about that in a little while. But when this ruling came down, I was seeing all of these Blake Lively defenders online saying, okay, now let's bankrupt Baldoni. Let's go after those treble damages that under California statute, and I know we're in New York, but they're under California law. It's been explained before, whatever, like crazy justice system, whatever. But They're in New York, but things like California law can figure in, especially since both parties, right, are in California. So anyway, the point is, the Lyman, it's up to him if he wants to take the new 47.1 statute into consideration or not. But it could be, yes, that Baldoni and Wayfarer could be on the hook for 3 times the amount of damages on the defamation claim of what they were asking for if the judge decides to go by 47.1. I hope he won't. Now, Leanne Newton online has already said that it looks like to her the judge is kind of dismissive of 47.1, at least reading in the documents in the dismissal notice. He mentioned 47.1, but didn't seem to take it into account. Although he did also say that Blake Lively and her team now are encouraged to or can file for the damages under 47.1. So he's at least inviting them, basically. Judge Lyman is inviting Blake Lively and her side to file a brief pursuing those anyway. So I don't know, we'll see. But that's basically, so that's what's going on. I'll talk about it a little bit later in the program. And sometimes I sort of take it for granted that people who watch me on YouTube are also following me on Twitter, where I do make a lot more announcements. So I should probably just start posting things on YouTube on the community message board more than I do, because I don't use it very much. So anyway, but to people who like think, I was talking to someone else about this tonight online in the Blake Lively, or I'm sorry, in the Justin Baldoni supporter community, you might say. And they were commenting on how whenever anyone does anything, on our side, trying to file an amicus brief, and I know like Brett Douglas announced he was doing that tonight, or he announced tonight or today that he had done that. It's an interesting idea, asking about recusal for the judge. But anyway, whenever people do things, there's always this sort of like reaction of like, oh, don't do that. You might mess something up. And I just have to say, I wish I had that power. But basically what's going to happen is the judge is going to be very dismissive of anything that anyone like me is turning in. And the same thing with this live stream. Ain't nothing going to happen, because we're going to rant about Blake Lively a little and drink some gross Sierra Nevada pale ale. All right. I'm going to try to be more on top of the super chats tonight. Bullet in my beard says, good to see you live. I really enjoy your coverage. Big fan here since the Depp versus Heard trial. Thank you. It has been almost 5 years. Can you all fucking believe that? I'm not gonna be obnoxious with the cursing, but can you believe that I've been doing this almost 5 years? I don't know, maybe you can. Maybe it feels like an eternity. I do kind of feel sometimes like Moses wandering in the wilderness trying to figure out where all this is going. But let's talk about the dismissal though. Look, I kind of feel bad about the video. I have to say, I kind of feel bad about the video that I put out. I guess if I'm going to be drinking, I should open my beer. But I didn't even finish my stories earlier, which is how you know that this is a kind of a relaxed live stream. What I was trying to say is, so earlier I was in an unusual good mood from having a few drinks. And so I thought I might as well take advantage of it and try to do a stream, because most of the time when I do live streams, I don't really enjoy it. I hate to tell you all that, but I have told you that before. It's kind of like a woman faking an orgasm, I have to say. Most of the time the live streams are not my favorite thing. I'm kind of nervous, anxious, whatever. And people say, well, just smoke weed or something. I mean, even under those circumstances, still, it's just, I feel uptight most of the time. I can't really enjoy it. And so on the rare occasion when I actually want to do a live stream and actually feel like, oh, that would be kind of fun, I'm going to do it. But I do feel bad about the video, kind of bad about the video that I put out the other day, right after the judge's ruling was announced. And by the way, people who don't know what we're talking about, so the defamation, this is just like what happened in the Marilyn Manson case. The defamation claims were rejected by the judge, and it doesn't seem like he actually relied too heavily on the anti-SLAPP stuff or 47.1. It seems like he went through and picked apart the legitimacy of various claims. It seems like he has more foundational issues with these claims. And so anyway, it was a very long ruling. I skimmed it. I'm not a legal expert. I don't even try, but I skimmed it and I read what others were saying about it and so forth, right? And so, yeah, the defamation portion was dismissed. And he dismissed a couple of other claims. So Baldoni is still, as his attorney Brian Friedman has pointed out, Baldoni is still left with, and Wayfarer are left with, a number of different claims that they can still pursue. I don't even remember what they were. But I put out a video though that was almost kind of in the vein of like, yeah, this was a real defeat. And of course, it wasn't like a depressing video. I was quoting Winston Churchill at the end. I actually had a clip of Winston Churchill, you know, the famous recording of him saying, "We will fight them in the seas, we will fight them on the land, we will fight them." And I put that in there at the end, right? But anyway, but the overall tenor and tone of my video was that, gee, this really sucks. And I've told y'all before, it is just so difficult this day and age in our modern judicial system, particularly if you're in a more left-leaning state, is just so hard to get a defamation claim, particularly of this nature. We're talking about the sexual stuff and harassment and all that, these politicized issues. It's so hard to get a defamation claim like that across the line. And so, but I did appreciate people who were pointing out the other side of this, that the the war continues, particularly the fact that we still have Blake Lively's lawsuit that's got to be adjudicated, assuming she doesn't drop it. And then Baldoni still has, and Wayfarer still have a number of claims that they're going to go forward on. So I did feel a little more positive after, or significantly, I should say, more positive after Brian Friedman, Baldoni's attorney, came out and said, no, the game is still on. Like we're moving ahead with stuff. Because here's the thing, y'all, and tell me if you get what I'm saying. I still haven't. I started drinking too late in life to ever acquire the taste, and so even now it tastes it tastes bad. I've always said this from the beginning, and I'll keep saying it, and I think Brian Friedman absolutely understands this, and I think he is one of the few lawyers who gets this. And by the way, this is why I think that he is one of the best lawyers in the world for what he is doing here, this type of work. And I say that because he is so obviously aware of the fact that this legal stuff has become a PR game as much or more, frankly, I would say more than it is a legal game. And I don't want to say that the legal conclusion of this stuff is irrelevant, because that would be an overstatement. I mean, people do look at verdicts, and some people are swayed by things being dismissed, especially if they don't understand the nature of the current legal system and so forth. But I'm not going to say it's not nothing, or it's nothing. But at the same time, really what it is, this lawsuit that Baldoni filed, that Wayfarer filed, what it represents truly was an opportunity for them to just force the public to take a look at their perspective and at the truth and at their evidence. And yes, there could have been a scenario where they didn't actually sue her or get into the legal stuff, but they just posted it on a website. But that just doesn't have credibility, and you all know that. One of the only forums, for better or worse, left in our society that has some sense of, people give it some sense of credibility, however tenuous and problematic, is the legal forum. And so that is why, if people can afford to, and in this case Baldoni could, because Wayfarer could, Sarwitz could, if people can afford to, they need to file that lawsuit as fast as fucking possible. And so I said this on Twitter, it was absolutely, absolutely, do not doubt this, it was absolutely the right thing for Baldoni and Wayfarer to file that suit. It was absolutely the right thing for them to hire Friedman. Now, some people online have had a different view on that, like Mary Morgan on Timcast Pop Culture Crisis, a friend of mine, and I've been on her show before. She had a differing view on this, and I want to find it in just a minute and put it up and talk about it. But I just want everybody to remember, and I said this on Twitter, remember what people thought of Baldoni. Remember what the narrative on Baldoni was right after that New York Times article came out. Can we just remind people? Hold on one second, I'm coming back. All right. Oh, go away. Okay. Do you all remember this when this and yeah, this is remove paywall because oh god, I let my New York Times subscription expire. I can't imagine why. Such a great news source. Do you remember this thing that started it all, and do you remember what the reaction to it was? So this was the article. I'm not going to read it. This was the article. Remember that came out in December. What over the holidays, right? Came out and painted Baldoni as this sexual harasser, this sleazebag, this gross dude who, he abused poor Blake Lively, beautiful, innocent Blake Lively, and then he and his weird cult, this evil billionaire, then they utilized these evil PR people to build this whole narrative against her, blah blah blah, blah ruin her life, blah blah blah, ruin her hair care, blah blah blah. And so, do you remember what people thought though? What the general narrative on Baldoni was when this thing came out? It was terrible, and I hate to admit this, but I did on Twitter. I mostly bought it at the time, and I remember seeing a picture of him, like, on the Daily Mail or whatever. It was him and Emily, his wife, going into a lawyer's office. I guess they were planning on suing, right? They were talking about it. But anyway, I remember looking at his picture, Baldoni's, and thinking, "You're fucking done, dude. You are right now, today, you are the world's most despised person." Not saying he was accused of the worst things ever, but, like, I just remember there was, like, a period of time right after that New York Times article came out where the narrative on him was horrible. And you had people like me who should have been more open-minded, even thinking, because of my own biases about him, thinking, oh, sleazebag, whatever. That is, I'm bringing all this up to say that is where Brian Friedman had to start. That was his starting point. And you couldn't have gotten more in as someone trying to look out for the interest of and defend Justin Baldoni and Wayfarer, Steve Sarowitz, Jamie Heath. You could not have been further back in terms of having been almost completely annihilated, because that's what Blake Lively was wanting. That's what she was attempting with all that. That is what this was designed to do. It was like triangulated fire. She got the CRD complaint. She's got the New York Times now that she's carefully teed up. And remember, she's got the third component, right? She's got the other leg of it, so to speak, which is the cast members that have already been influenced to give these little signs that they don't like Baldoni and unfollow him and all of that. And so she's got it all lined up. It's just like in JFK, dude, when David Ferrie is talking about the triangulated fire. That's the key. That's the key. Well, that is what Blake Lively had. She had this shit all locked up. And these guys were almost, I'm talking Wayfarer and Baldoni, they were almost fucking annihilated. That's what it looked like to me. And that's why I was so shocked when then they turned around and they filed that $400 million. Well, initially there was the lawsuit against the New York Times and then the lawsuit against Blake Lively. They filed those lawsuits for big fucking money, which, by the way, do you know why you file a lawsuit for big money like that? This is another critique that I've seen people getting. Let's get this off here, though, because I wanted to actually get a picture. I've seen some criticism. Sorry, you can't really see that, can you? Aesthetics matter, everyone. They do matter. I have seen some criticism of Baldoni's and Friedman's approach in terms of the amount of money. I'm changing the screen. The amount of money that they sued for. And people saying, this is ridiculous. This is way overblown. This is too much. And it sets you then up for now looking ridiculous. And now he might even have to pay treble damages on the 47.1 type claims and all of that, blah, blah, blah. No, do you understand why you sue for big bucks like that? It's because when you sue for a big fucking pile of money, then it gets people's attention. And not only does it get people's attention, but it demonstrates a confidence in what you are putting out there, that you are willing to lay out the stakes that high. So that is why you do it. There is a method to everything, and I don't want to say a genius, maybe in some cases, but there's definitely a method to everything that Brian Friedman and the PR team, the PR people that are working with them, I assume like people like Jen Abel and Melissa Nathan are still, they're still working, but maybe not. I'm not sure about the legalities, if they had to totally like disconnect from Baldoni and Wayfarer or not for legalities. But anyway, the point is, whether it's Brian Friedman and company or just Brian Friedman, the person who's been steering this ship, PR-wise and legal-wise, they have known what they are doing. And it's just that not everybody gets the game that they're playing. Not everybody sees that the PR component of this thing is actually the most important. And kudos to, Ashley, for instance, the big pro Baldoni podcaster with the beautiful cheekbones. She has the best cheekbones I've ever seen. I am jealous. No, I am. I even DM'd her and told her I was jealous, which was kind of a creepy thing since we really hadn't interacted much. But she has the best cheekbones. I have to look her up in a minute. Y'all know who I'm talking about, right? Anyway, she does a ton of videos on the Blake Lively Baldoni stuff. She's all over it. But she was saying this today as well. Basically the similar thing, that like this had to be done because the PR game is a big significant leg of this. And I would argue it is the most significant. So think about where we were, everybody. If you feel disheartened, and I was disheartened initially the other day, think about where we were, where Baldoni was, and Wayfarer, where they were in public perception and public regard. Like they were fucking done. They were done. And so Friedman, through filing a big flashy lawsuit with a big price tag and big bold claims, and you make these claims, not all of them are going to make it over the finish line, not because they're not true, but just because the nature of the justice system. And I've seen this before with other cases that people have filed. This Marilyn Manson thing continues to be, for me, a real case study, educational experience, having seen the way that these things go. And I'm not saying it's the exact same situation or case, or Manson's the same as Baldoni or whatever, right? But I'm over those kinds of clarifications too. Like, just fuck you if you don't understand that there are differences between different cases, whatever. Similar thing with the Diddy thing. Somebody asked me if I've stopped covering the Sean Combs trial because I'm like backing away from what I'd said about that before. No, it's just that I literally got too busy, and then I started working on the amicus thing, and then I went on this vacation that my mom was like totally paying for and begged me to go on, and whatever, family thing. I mean, it was fine, but like, point is, like, I've been doing a lot. I've been away and whatever, right? And so I have been sort of very open about turning that coverage of the Sean Combs trial, turning it over to a friend of mine who's doing daily coverage and is in the chat, the transcripts and everything. But no, my opinion, based on what I'm seeing coming out of that, by the way, remains the same, which is that this was a dude who was shitty and abusive to a number of women. But I still don't agree with the government's claims about him. But I don't want to talk about that anymore. But anyway, my point is just that I'm just kind of over what people think. And I guess it's taken almost 5 years of doing this for me to truly feel liberated, to the point where I'm just gonna, it's like that saying, it's better to be hated for who you are than loved for who you're not. And I think that, and I'm hoping people not hate me, and I'm not planning on disclosing any like crazy ideas or whatever. I mean, everybody already knows what I think about things. I'm not saying that, but I'm just over apologizing in any way for having perfectly legitimate opinions and thoughts and perspectives on things, even if people disagree. I don't see where I have ever, okay, maybe it happened once or twice, right? But I don't see where the vast 99.99% of the time, majority of the time, I have ever put out, promoted an opinion that was just like wacky out there and didn't have some validity, right? Whether people agree or not. Anyway, getting back to the Blake Lively Baldoni stuff. I should probably take another drink because I don't remember what I was saying. I need some people over here to party. Where's Nick Ricada? Somebody called Nick. Oh, wait. His party days are over. Wait. Can you imagine how stupefied people would be if all of a sudden Nick Ricada and like Ethan Ralph walked in and like we all just started hanging out? Like, people's heads would explode. Every time I go on Ethan Ralph's show, I get warnings from people, which, by the way, some of you, if you're the one sending me warnings, like, it's always appreciated. I know what you're trying to do. And it's always situations where they're like, I don't know if you know, like, about this guy or whatever, but I'd be careful and all that. And I'm like, oh yeah, no, I know. We already had a major incident that started the whole thing years ago. Well, no, that was like what, months ago, I guess, almost a year ago. Anyways, point is, though, it would be funny. A lot of pearl clutchers too would be like, if Ricada and like Ethan Ralph walked in. Okay. Apparently, as I've said before, Nick did my show once before the whole controversy happened. He was on a live stream I did a long time ago. And then recently he came on, what was that, a month or two ago? We talked actually some about the Lively stuff. But he has family apparently in the same area code, zip code, whatever, as I do in Texas. So he's got some like relatives or roots in Texas or whatever. So we should try to get together and do a live stream. That would be cool. Okay. Anyways, where was I going with all this? I don't even remember. So the point is, I think that Justin Baldoni and Wayfarer did the totally right thing in hiring Friedman. Friedman knows what time it is. He knows the game he's playing, et cetera, et cetera. Now, some of you, I know what you want to talk about. You want to talk about Judge Lyman. You want to talk about the allegations of corruption. And do I think this is valid or not? So I'll talk about that. We'll talk about Cassidy's, some of the points that she raised in her video. We'll talk about that and my opinion on the corruption and Lyman and all that. I wanted to give you the update on the brief and actually read to you some of the new stuff that I've added. And for people who don't know what happened there, then I can also explain. But like I said, I posted on Twitter, but then they started making fun of me. And I usually don't care if people make fun of me. But then I was like, no, it did kind of look stupid the way that I posted about it. So I took it down. But anyways, you always got to like consider, when your haters, your enemies are putting stuff up. I am the biggest one for do what you want, ignore the voices of others. But nothing wrong though with considering things first to keep your head on straight, right? That's when people like you look at like the history of like great world leaders, and you look at the ones that like went too far off the deep end into dictatorship and stuff and all of that. And it was people who got to where they would not even consider the criticisms of others, right? So it's a balance. It's a difficult balance. But anyway, I don't know where I was going with all that either. So point is, though, we're talking about the amicus thing a little bit. And then I want to talk about some of the other Me Too cases, because there's Jared Leto stuff that's come out. We've got Harvey Weinstein, some of his stuff was tossed, but then some of it he was resentenced for in New York. He's not going to be getting out anytime soon. I want to talk about a little bit about Candace Owens' program on him. And so we got Weinstein, we got Jared Leto. There was another one that I wanted to talk about that I am blanking on. It was a big one lately. I'll have to remember what it was. But anyway, there was another Me Too case. So I want to talk about Me Too stuff a little bit. I do have a little bit to say about the Diddy stuff and where I think we are right now, the Sean Combs trial. And then I have a few things to say about the Marilyn Manson saga and where I feel like we are at right now. I actually have some new observations and some thoughts that I've come to. So anyway, so I think I'm going to plan to be here. How long have we been here? We've been here half an hour. So I'm going to plan for another hour and a half for those who want to stay up late, and those on the West Coast for whom this might not be that late. Get through this beer in an hour and a half. So I'm going to take a break for 5 minutes to do obvious personal things, and then also get some water and such, and I will be back. Let me find something, and then we'll go for another hour and a half, maybe more if I feel up to it. I don't know. I'm still feeling good, y'all. I'm still feeling it. Let's see. But I want to find something here to watch, to play. We can watch or listen to while I am away. Hold on a second. Let me bring up Cassidy's video. That's actually a good idea. So the question of whether Judge Lyman is corrupt and whether that accounted for his ruling in the Baldoni thing, I guess we can start with that. And so let me, this issue was raised by someone that I just recently met and is a cool person, and someone who's been making videos about as a lawyer. She's a lawyer, or she's legally trained, or whatever. I don't exactly know, but let's look at this video, and I'll be back. So let's say, oh, and happy Father's Day to the fathers out there. So the video is obviously way too long for us to watch, but I'm going to play it for like 5 minutes. It'll give you a sense, I guess, kind of what this topic is, and do some things, and I'll be back in 5. It won't be a long 5, I promise. I won't go longer than 5, but I'll be back in 5, and we'll go from there, everybody. All right. Hold on. You don't have the video. Someone said to me, by the way, and no, I haven't gotten into a rant yet. The rants, believe me, y'all, there's 3 different things that I'm going to be ranting about that I'm pissed about, but I didn't feel like getting into it right off the bat. But I do want to say something to you idiot haters of mine out there who think that it is not obvious when you start flooding me with all of these comments about how I ramble too much. It's interesting, y'all. It's very interesting that after I let slip what was it, a couple of months ago, I let slip in a TikTok video and on Twitter, I think I talked about on YouTube too, that one of the few critiques that really drives me nuts that I get from my videos, one of the few critiques that really does bother me is when people accuse me of rambling on unnecessarily because to my way of thinking, I'm not talking about a live stream, but I'm showing the shorter videos. To my way of thinking, I'm trying to get to the point as much as I can, and they are coming away from that thinking that I'm just rambling aimlessly. Like, that's one of those comments that really drive me nuts. Well, here's the thing. Here's where my haters messed up. I let slip a couple of months ago that bothered me, and guess what happened? I started getting deluged with comments, like my negative comments about my rambling, and they went up like 5 times. Like, we're talking about it was such an obvious increase that was not correlated with anything else, such as growth of my channel or anything like that. It was such an obvious increase. And so apparently some of these losers are such losers that they actually take the time to go through my videos and spam videos on different platforms at times under different accounts with the same message, though. That's the thing. The message, and that's the other thing that lets me know that it's strategic, is that the message is almost exactly the same for like each person, regardless of like appearance or background or ethnicity. So here's my message to you, haters. If you thought that you'd found my kryptonite, you should have been a little smarter about not overusing it, dumbasses, because now what's happened is I've become completely immune to the kryptonite, because I just assume now that all the negative comments of this nature are just haters who are trying to pile on, whether that's the case or not. So congratulations, haters. You have just immunized me against one of the few critiques that did drive me nuts. Oh man. All right, let me get this link here. I'm gonna go and I'll be back real fast. Hold on, calling it. And then I'll take your comments. I think also what I'll do when I come back is we'll start with comments, and I can see kind of what you want to talk about. But anyway.
Last week, I reported on Judge Lyman's work history after graduation. I started a deep dive into him that I've been working on, but family obligations had to take priority. Thank you guys so much for your kind wishes for my mom's successful surgery. She's home recovering now, and so I'm back at it. I had started last week by looking at him and his brother. I'd heard about his brother directing a political ad with Blake in it many years ago, and I thought, you know what, that's not really a big deal. I also didn't want to be a conspiracy theorist, but I did want to know more about those connections to see if there was anything to it. As you may or may not know, Judge Lyman had a conflict of interest back in 2020 to 2021 that he did not reveal to the court. It had to do with the case involving Bank of America. He was assigned this lawsuit in April of 2020. He dismissed it with prejudice. Does that sound familiar? In October 2021, 3 months after his wife sold $15,000 of Bank of America stock. No one caught it at the time, but in February 2022, a court clerk alerted parties to that conflict, saying that the ownership didn't affect or impact his decisions. It wasn't clear when Lyman learned of the conflict, and the case was reassigned to U.S. District Judge Valerie Caproni. Now, of course, the banks, they didn't think it was a big deal. They didn't think it required recusal or reviving the case. But the appeals court found a legitimate risk that similar violations could undermine public confidence in the judicial process. It was such a big deal that U.S. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts wrote about it in the 2021 annual report on the judiciary, highlighting the need for judges to be vigilant about financial conflicts. I find it very interesting that they blame the wife and say that Judge Lyman didn't even realize it, because in his questionnaire for judicial nominees, when he was under consideration for this judgeship, one of the things he had to disclose on here were his investments. Look what's listed. Bank of America Corp. Lo and behold, did it used to be his and he put it in his wife's name? Or had he sold his and his wife still had some? What's the story? I don't know. But what I do know is that he was aware of this stock because it was on this questionnaire. And we see the amount. It's a very small amount. They said she sold $15,000. That matches up. If you look at J, look at the bottom, 15,000 or less, and T means cash market. Though this amount was so small, and he reported it sold, his ruling was thrown out and the case had to come before a different judge. So keep that in mind. It was one investment for very little money. Now, before we move on to the rest of his investments, let's talk about why I mentioned his brother. As I said, he filmed a political ad with several young actors, including Blake Lively, and it was some time ago, and I felt it really had absolutely no connection to this. But I wanted to investigate his brother a little bit more just to see if there was something there.
Procrastination isn't your fault. It's a broke mentality fueled by self-doubt. You keep putting things off, not because you don't care, but because everything...
It turns out his brother, Doug Lyman, actually owes his career to someone whose name you'll recognize. His first big hit was a movie called Swingers. We see the movie was made for $250,000, which isn't much for a movie budget, but it was sold for $5 million. If we go on with this article, which was from the Los Angeles Times, we see that he had a tough time trying to get investors to back this project. He thought he had a group, but it fell through. He finally found someone to fork over $200,000, and then he had 2 more investors come forth with a combined $75,000. He refused to reveal the names of the investors, but he made sure to let everybody know that his father, who was a powerhouse New York attorney, Arthur Lyman, was not one of those investors. He made it clear he did not give a cent. The only support he gave was to help me draft the limited partnership agreement to raise the money. My dad's been my personal advisor through this entire production. So, who are these undisclosed people? Could one of them have been Judge Lyman, his brother, who is making good money at a New York firm? I guess we'll never know. But when the film was completed, Miramax came with the very aggressive manner wanting to buy it. They offered $3 million, but Doug didn't think that was enough. Executives from the New York-based distributor took the filmmakers out to dinner the next night. As the print was being shipped overnight to Miramax chief, Harvey Weinstein. Harvey called all of us early Saturday morning and said, "I really want this movie." By the end of the week, Weinstein and Kerry Woods, who has a production deal with Miramax, had creative artists agency's John Tack working 2 phones during his Monday night dinner at Morton's, trying to cinch a deal with Lyman and Simpkins. Over the course of 2 hours, with phone calls back and forth that also included Lyman's agent, Adam Cantor, the agreement was worked out. So, folks, it was none other than Harvey Weinstein that gave Judge...
So she's basically in the beginning here. I know it can seem a little confusing, and the Weinstein stuff doesn't seem relevant at first, but she's making a point here that this Lyman judge, first of all, that he has a history. Hold on. That he has, and by the way, subscribe to, if you're interested in legal commentary on this case, subscribe to Cassidy's channel. I need to. She's helped me with stuff. She gave me some advice related to some things that I've been covering the last few months or whatever, and is a really cool person. And I'm surprised that I had not subscribed to her, so I'm going to do it right now. But what she's saying is that this judge, first of all, has had issues in the past, apparently and that's why she brought up that Bank of America case at the beginning. He's had issues with undisclosed conflicts of interest. And in that case, it was such a significant conflict of interest and significant that it wasn't disclosed, that it ended up getting tossed. So that's the first leg of this. And then what she ends up getting into, and if you watch the rest of the video, you'll see, I'm going to skip ahead to just one small section I want you to see that ties it in with Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds. But eventually what she gets to is the idea that there is a kind of, or could have been a kind of a conflict of interest financially for this judge and the ruling that he was making. So I'll tell you what I think about that idea overall, but I want to give a fair representation here of Cassidy's video. I want to kind of get to the point on it. So I'm going to skip ahead just a little bit, but I encourage you, if you're interested in this, to look at it yourself here. Let's see.
I often get asked what distinguishes Nuvia from other implant centers or other dental practices. I'm Dr. Ahmed.
Later, he would invest in many of these.
Okay.
Swain, and that he worked at the NAACP and has only number 2. When we talked about Judge Lyman's career last week, I mentioned that he clerked for a judge in the Court of Appeals and a justice in the Supreme Court. I also mentioned that he worked at the NAACP. Now, we all remember why Blake was nominated for Time's 100 Most Influential People, because it was so outrageous. Years ago, they donated money to the NAACP because of all the heat they were getting for their plantation wedding and her antebellum South lifestyle blog, Preserve. We know this also just happened during the course of this lawsuit.
I'm sorry, just a second. I think that if anybody who has an antebellum, what did they just say? An antebellum lifestyle business? What I've never heard it described that way. Just a minute. I'm sorry. This is where the unfortunate side of the drinking comes in. I just want to hear it again.
They were getting for their plantation wedding and her antebellum South lifestyle blog, Preserve.
Her antebellum lifestyle blog? Wait, what? Business? Wait. Say it again.
Donated money to the NAACP because of all the heat they were getting for their plantation wedding and her antebellum South lifestyle blog, Preserve. We know this also just happened during the course of this lawsuit. But let's deep dive this a little bit while we're at it. Not only does Judge Lyman have a history with the NAACP, but shortly after holding that job, his first job in a firm was for Cravath, Swain, and Moore, now known simply as Cravath. He worked here from 1991 to 1994. At this firm, he had a lot of big media telecommunications clients. Later, he would invest in many of these and still hold the stock at the time of his application for his judgeship. One of this firm's big clients at the time he was there was, well, Time, or as it was known then, Time Warner. And don't forget about the Warner, because his ties to Warner are very important.
Okay, skip ahead just a little bit more.
CBS.
By the way, when I'm laughing, dude, I'm not laughing at Cassidy or her video. I hope everybody gets that. I'm laughing at Blake Lively. Oh man, what a piece of work. Anytime anybody it takes the time that is required to start their own antebellum lifestyle blog, you just have to, I'm not saying it's racist or whatever. I'm just like, what a weirdo who's like really like just totally full of themselves. Okay.
These companies are linked, but not just them. Over time, this company began taking on and developing many more companies. It became Time Warner magazine.
All the graphs.
2016.
All right. We're getting to the point. I just want to get to the connection with Ryan Reynolds there. Let me see, because it's looking earlier. Okay.
Problem. Now, after leaving that firm, Judge Lyman spent 4 years in the U.S. Attorney General's office and then joined Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen, and Hamilton. Gottlieb is no relation to Blake's attorney, but that's not the problem. The problem is that while he worked there, probably the biggest deal his firm dealt with was the $146 billion merger between Sprint and T-Mobile. What do we know about T-Mobile? We know that they're the ones that made Ryan rich. They bought Mint Mobile that he had a large share in. So people who don't know, Mint Mobile is it's kind of like it did for him, as I understand it, what Casamigos did for George Clooney, and what Kylie brand makeup did for Kylie Jenner, or what Fenty did for Rihanna, or what's the latest Rhodey? How do you say it? Hailey Bieber's name, her makeup line. Anyway, the point is, this was a big deal. And I just want to interject, Ryan Reynolds, I thought people were lying initially when they told me this months ago, but Mint Mobile, this company that Ryan Reynolds was invested in or started it or whatever, right? But hugely associated with. Anyway, this company was one of the prime sponsors for that Nick Viall
show, and it's like written right there in the fine print, so to speak. And I don't know if this is still the case, but Nick, I don't am saying his name right. I don't know if I am or not. I stopped watching the Bachelor stuff kind of early on, even though I like those. I did like the early episodes. I like the season where she got married. Trista, it worked out for her, right? Anyway, I don't want to diverge there, but point is, so he made a lot of money with this, and so apparently she's pointing out that there could be a connection with Judge Lyman, and maybe let's see what she's insinuating or stating here. Just a second, sorry.
What I understand, they gave him some 100 something million dollars and the rest in shares that transferred to T-Mobile. And here was Judge Lyman taking part in this merger. This merger between Sprint and T-Mobile happened in 2018, again while he was working with Cleary, so it wasn't that long ago. They also teamed up with his former firm, Cravath, to represent Disney and 21st Century Fox for an antitrust case. This was also in 2018. Disney acquired 21st Century Fox, formerly named 20th Century Fox. These both had a hand in Deadpool. 20th Century Fox made Deadpools 1 and 2, as well as X-Men Wolverine, all of which starred Ryan Reynolds. And then Disney and 20th Century Fox teamed up to make Deadpool and Wolverine. And if you look at those production companies, it was Marvel Studios, Maximum Effort.
Maximum Effort is Ryan Reynolds' company.
21 Labs Entertainment, that's Sean's production company, and it was distributed by Walt Disney Studios Motion Pictures. The first Deadpool...
All right, so I think you're basically getting the point here is that and tell me and correct me if I'm wrong in the comments or not, because I will admit I've not been following this closely, this part of it, the speculation about the judge. So I'm going to look at your comments because I think a number of you are more invested in this than I am. And I'll tell you why in a second. But I think the general idea is that Judge Lyman had financial interest aligned with Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds. I'm not sure if people are actually accusing him of being literally paid off. Maybe some people are. So again, comment if you want to drop a comment there, explain. But the idea that he was biased because he had money interest apparently connected with like investments or what have you. So if you're interested in this, I invite you to look more at Cassidy's videos. This is where I'm going to kind of just be totally honest with people. I just tend to not personally get into theories of this nature because I don't think that ultimately this judge was probably financially biased or biased by association. I just think this is how shitty our justice system is right now, particularly in certain places. And I know it's a much less interesting perspective or a way of looking at things than to say, no, there's bias here. There could be a conspiracy. He could be corrupt. He certainly could be. And like, there's no part of me that thinks that is not possible. It's something that's been corrupt judges, particularly in really big districts or very important districts like the New York district of Judge Lyman's. Yes, they have throughout history have been subject to corruption at times, right? So I don't in any way, I'm not even like, I don't want anyone to think that I'm countering in any way where Cassidy and where some of you are going in with this or some of these ideas that you're more invested in. Here's what I find really disturbing, okay? What I find really disturbing is that actually this probably isn't a case of a corrupt judge. This is just the mind-numbing paradigm through which a lot of these judges and these politicians see the world and the legislation that they're passing. I think that, and so in the case of the judge, I looked through his ruling and I can see where he's making a case for things that doesn't to me seem to be, it's not that it's so crazy far out there or anything, the way that the judge ruled. I could see the rationales for everything he was saying as he was going through. But I think that he and so many of these judges who are ruling this way, they're looking at this stuff, these defamation cases through a lens of this bias that these are not appropriate. These are sleazy lawsuits. These are lawsuits that we want to discourage as much as possible. Like, that's the thing, is that a lot of these judges and the system itself has started to have a prohibitive stance or prohibitive orientation toward claims of the type that Baldoni and Wayfarer were trying to make, and that to a degree Johnny Depp was trying to make. That's why he had to go to Virginia, which at that time had some of the most lax anti-slap or lack of anti-slap statutes. Now it's tightened those up, actually, as a result of what happened with Depp. But anyway, so I guess the point that I'm trying to make there, with a semi-drunken late night ramble, is to say that that's for the screenshot, everyone. You can put my photo next to like Nick Recadas or something if you want to really make fun of. Nick knows I'm kidding. What's up, Nick? You're probably not watching, but what's up? I'm so glad, by the way, that he seems to be doing well, and he's doing Karen Reed coverage, which I have no clue about the Karen Reed case. I just don't. And it's just not something I'm going to have time or energy to get into, but I do see a lot of people talking about it. But apparently he's been doing a lot of streaming, a lot of cool streaming on the Karen Reed thing. So anyways, shout out there again to Nick. So I think what it is actually is just that can I just get to the point? I think our justice system is sick. Oh, newsflash. Whoa. You guys, I think that our justice system might have some flaws. I think it might be. Oh my God. By the way, I'm not making fun of anybody out there. It's gallows humor. I'm laughing because it's so tragic and sad, and everybody knows how in various ways our justice system is so messed up. And I'm not, anyway. So many ways and from so many angles, and it's not even like a political thing that I see. I mean, so many things don't make sense. And here's what I want to say to you is, when I was working on the first iteration of my amicus brief, I'll talk about what happened with it in a minute for those who didn't see the tweet a while back. When I was working on that and I was reading about the history of these types of statutes, these statutes like 47.1 and anti-SLAPP that try to punish and deter defamation suits in cases, specifically with 47.1 of sexual harassment and sexual assault. Anti-SLAPP is much more broad. But anyway, the point is, I researched the history of that, and what I've seen is that there has just been a real incursion into the justice system and into justice system theory, for lack of a better word, of this idea that there are way too many defamation suits, retaliatory defamation suits against legitimate victims of sexual assault and sexual harassment. That is something that I guess sort of underneath a lot of our noses, so to speak, because I was never paying attention to what was going on in our justice system. Feel stupid to say it, but I wasn't with this stuff. This was a whole ideology and perspective that was moving forward. And so that's why we have a lot of this legislation, like these look back windows, and we have the anti-SLAPP statutes, and it's expanded to 47.1 statutes now, and the Adult Survivors Act and all of these. And look, it's a complicated conversation about all this stuff. And I think people have this idea that I'm just heartless about survivors and whatever. And like, I would be happy to talk someday in a podcast or whatever about each of these things in particular and what I think is good about them and bad about them and whatever. But I do think that a lot of this legislation has been deeply problematic. And I guess the way I would describe it is that an overcorrection seems to have occurred, that there was a profound feeling and an understandable feeling for so long that the justice system was, in fact, heartless toward victims and was blind to the plight of victims. And, everybody knows it's really hard to get a rape conviction over the line, and it's tough to prosecute these types of cases, et cetera, right? Like these very tragic realities. And so there was this feeling then that a dramatic shift needed to be made. And so what we're seeing now, I really think, is an overcorrection that has occurred in the sort of in jurisprudence itself, because it's going across the whole nation now. I thought, living in Texas, for example, that, well, surely we don't have anti-SLAPP laws, or we have very weak anti-SLAPP laws. But no, it turns out that we're basically on par with California, which I'm constantly saying is the worst place in the nation for this stuff because of recent legislation that's been passed. And I understand too that the legislation is not uniformly bad. You know, anti-SLAPP, as I've said before, and I said in my amicus brief, it does cover, it is an umbrella that covers many more things than just sexual stuff. It covers whistleblowers. I was just, okay, tiny little detour. Have any of you watched the documentary on Netflix about the submarine, the Ocean's Gate submarine that imploded? I think it just came out a couple of days ago, and I watched it coming back on a plane from this trip that my mom. Hey, Vanessa, what's up? I just saw you. AJ, I got some of the greats, the goats, so to speak, in the house, and also to my other mods as well, Laura B and Rebel Bird. I don't know if they're around, but what is up? And I do, like I said, I do spring this on everybody, which I'm sorry to a degree, but the mods are adults and they know what the score is. And I tell them all the time, you don't have to do this, but they want to do it. And I appreciate it. I don't know why this comment randomly popped up here, but it reminds me that I need to pay some fucking attention to the super chat, to the chat in general. So I'm going to do that now. Quid pro host says, I took a little break from obsessing about this. Why was the case even filed in California? I thought neither party lived there and the movie wasn't filmed there. No, it wasn't. It was filed in New York. And this is such a confusing thing that I still totally don't understand. But no, it's just that California has this really progressive recent legislation, 47.1, which goes beyond even anti-SLAPP to focus particularly on sexual assault and sexual harassment situations. And so these amicus briefs that other organizations had filed were leaning heavily into asking the judge to use that mentality, the 47.1 statute, in his ruling, because 47.1 is also about invalidating defamation claims and helping to get claims dismissed and all of that. So that's what was going on. And so, no, it's not, but it is confusing. And I'm sorry for the confusion there on that. Okay, I'm going to start from the bottom. Just want to look at a few here. Ron says, every time Team Corruption files something, I feel like I want to vomit. Yeah, I'll talk in a minute about my amicus thing, because it's still coming. It's for better, I think, what happened. It's kind of, I don't know, as much as it made me sound stupid. Okay, SS says, I think Friedman's focus is proving the falsehood of Blake's sexual harassment allegations, whether in the court of law or the court of public opinion. Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned this, because I think that I got a little off track in what I was saying earlier. I was trying to remind people where we are now versus then, and that it's really been a dramatically improved result. I mean, Friedman has gotten major results. I mean, make no mistake. I hope that he sees this or someone clips it or whatever, because I do want to say here, and not in any way like sucking up to anyone, I'm just saying clearly Friedman has made a gigantic difference in the public and media, even, because it has permeated to a degree, even the mainstream media, in the public and media perception of Justin Baldoni and Wayfarer. And there was no one else out there people forget this too. There's been no one else out there speaking for them. You have an occasional like Instagram, Mother's Day post by Justin Baldoni or whatever, and then Blake Lively, doing on her side a press run. But Friedman has been the only person speaking up for Justin Baldoni. And so he has, and this is what I think is so amazing, is normally y'all in these cases, the lawyers do not consider themselves to be part of the PR game. They might put out a statement, and maybe at the very, very most, you might get a lawyer to sit for a short interview for like a documentary after the fact or something like that. But like what Friedman is doing, there just aren't many lawyers who will do that. Mark Garagos is another one who will do it, and Alex Spiro, whatever his name is. There are some, but I'm just saying, like, that is a special kind of lawyer. And so Friedman is really, and his lawsuit, the way he's conducted himself and the interviews he's done, and the information that he's put out there, he is really almost more or less single-handedly. Social media has helped, but he has really more or less single-handedly led the turnaround as a captain, so to speak, the complete change in direction or turnaround of public and media perception of Justin Baldoni. And so even if it doesn't turn out in the end that everything works out exactly as hoped with the legal stuff, and I'm not even saying it will or won't. I don't, who the fuck knows? I don't. But even if it doesn't, like, the real challenge was going to be how to change this suddenly horribly negative perception of Baldoni and Wayfarer, how to change that. And so that has been largely accomplished. I know not everybody likes Justin Baldoni, and I know that there are some people who are like, oh, what a wuss, or yeah, he was a feminist, right? Or, like, that sort of thing. But I don't think that outside of a few online activists and Amber Heard stan types, I don't think that anyone really believes anymore that he's a sexual harasser. And I think that he can continue to make projects, that studio, and he can be at the helm, he can be in shows, movies, whatever. Like, I don't think his career Baldoni's is dead anymore. And I don't think that ultimately Wayfarer or its existence, its goals, I don't think that's dead anymore. And that is almost miraculous given where this thing was, where Blake Lively put this thing in December. It really is. So kudos to Friedman. It doesn't mean he never makes mistakes or whatever, but I'm just saying that there aren't many lawyers who are playing this game. And look, I'm just going to be honest here. I have been frustrated, as you know, some of you know, in the fact that I have just not understood over the years why Marilyn Manson, his side, has not had someone out there doing what Brian Friedman is doing, maybe not to such an extreme degree, I don't know, but why someone has not been out there doing that. His lawyer is such an awesome lawyer, and Howard King, he did an interview with the Anti-Manson documentary that aired on Channel 4 in the UK and still hasn't come to the US. I don't even know if it will now. They've sort of been embarrassed by the fact that the LADA announced that the case was closed, so to speak. But anyway, he did such a great job, Howard King, in that interview, and I cut it up and put it on my YouTube because I thought he did such a fabulous job. I would love to see him out there occasionally doing an interview or my point is just what I'm trying to say to y'all. It's not about the Manson thing. What I'm trying to say to y'all is just how good of a job actually Brian Friedman has done. And to a degree, we're not even aware of it because he does it so well that we don't see the effort that goes into that. But he really has. And so even though I'm frustrated, of course, like with you at this judge's ruling, and I'm frustrated that so much was thrown out, and I'm frustrated as hell at the media coverage, and the gloating by Blake Lively. I mean, it's fucking annoying. But at the same time, I do think that this was probably all expected by Friedman, and I think that the game is going actually more or less how he expected it to go and how he's wanting it to go. And so I would try to keep that in mind. And that's not to say, like, if Judge Lyman is corrupt, go after him. I'd be fascinated to hear about, what ends up being uncovered or what have you. And so, we'll see what happens. It's not like I don't believe corruption's possible, but I think that the deeper problem, the more terrifying alternative actually, is that we just have this really sick justice system that has been infected with this excessive ideology about women and victims and defamation suits. I'll tell you another thing. When I was researching for the amicus paper, I kept seeing this assumption coming up that most defamation claims are false. Like, it would either be in some of these articles and these legal journals, or in some of these activist websites where these activists, feminist activists, touting all of some of them actually who wrote the amicus briefs in favor of Blake Lively, right? You go to their website, they're touting all of this legislation and stuff. And it just, all of it seems to present this assumption that, well, of course, we want to discourage defamation lawsuits, as many as possible, because we know that most of them are false. And this is not substantiated, y'all, by anything. This assumption that the majority of defamation claims in the legal system, that the majority of these claims are false, this is not backed up. I mean, I looked into it. It's part of what was taking up my time when I wasn't, it was taking so long. Because I really wanted to know. And it's like, there's no credible indication that the majority of defamation claims are false. This is my personal belief. I think that it's more likely that the majority of defamation lawsuits are actually legit because someone has to know that they are basically probably throwing their money down the drain because it is so difficult to get these things across the finish line, and voluntarily subjecting oneself, to the legal system and all of that. And like, I actually think that it's likely that these defamation lawsuits are a pretty good way of sifting out who's telling the truth and who's not. Not automatically, but I just think that the type of guy, for example, who's going to file a defamation lawsuit about claims of sexual harassment might actually be the type of person who's filing for legit reasons, right? It's like, who would take all that time and money to do that? Someone who's legitimately telling the truth here, trying to correct a wrong. And the only way that you can fight this stuff these days, the only recourse, Newton was talking about this with me the other day, because I was asking her on my channel, what recourse is there? And I know Zach Peter brought it up too. What recourse is there for a man, a person, or whatever, often man, for a man who has been like Justin Baldoni, who has been slandered this way and in such a damaging way? If you take away the right to petition, then what recourse is left? And that is absolutely the case. But here's the point that I'm trying to make, is that there is this ideology that has infected the judicial system, that is an acceptable collateral damage because that will only happen once in a blue moon. In other words, basically, most defamation suits are false, and it's just men trying to re-victimize women in these situations. And then, of course, larger scale stuff like whistleblowers at companies or whatever. But I'm talking about the increasing focus in the justice system on the sex stuff, like with 47.1, which is focused on just the sex stuff, right? And this assumption, again, that's infected the whole thinking about this, the whole paradigm in the justice system, the assumption that the vast majority of defamation suits are false, and it's abusers who are re-victimizing their victims by dragging them through an expensive court process, right? So if that is your bias, and I guess this is what I'm trying to explain to you all about Judge Lyman too, is that if that is the world, the environment in which you live in, where this is just more or less the assumption that most people, from a lot of politicians and legislators to people in the DA's office or whatever, right? But like this assumption that, civil court, okay, not the DA's office, right? I'm tired, time to drink more. But you know what I'm saying? If you're constantly being, as a judge, if you're constantly being exposed to this environment where there's this assumption that most defamation claims are bullshit, or they're actually re-victimizing women, re-victimizing victims, then that's going to affect your filter and how you rule on that. It just, I know that they use logic and they back up what they're saying with courts. A lot of that ruling that Judge Lyman submitted, right? It had all of these different court rulings. So, he or his clerk or whoever was working for him, they had looked up a lot of stuff to back up what they were saying. But bias still comes in. And so I think that it's just as likely that there's an ideological bias here that you just see across the map now. And why is that? It's because it seems like such an obvious thing and kind of an easy win if you're like a politician, for example, the idea that you want to protect victims. And so this thing is presented, this type of legislation, we're talking about like 47.1 or this whole anti-SLAPP perspective, it's presented to the politicians who pass it and who celebrate it. It's presented to, the lawyers and the judges who work in the court system and who legislate. It's presented as an evolution. In other words, this is a step into being like more humane towards victims. And we're going to cut down on these awful defamation suits and this re-victimization that's occurring, all that. And so people just say, well, yeah, I don't want to re-victimize anyone, blah, blah, blah. And so I guess what I'm trying to describe to you is the way in which a fad just like can exist in the judicial system and in judicial legislation, just like a fad can exist in any other, I guess, sector of the world, or fads in fashion, fads in philosophies and whatever. So this is where it's at. This is what's a fashionable ideology right now. And so I don't know. That's my theory, but yeah, the motherfucker could be corrupt as hell. He could be. He absolutely could be. And I don't think there's anything wrong at all with inquiring into that, as long as people are not making baseless claims. You don't want to go like old like Joe McCarthy, right? That's the only thing is, and I'm not telling Cassidy she's going all Joe McCarthy. No, but that's always the thing that I keep in my mind too, right? Is that you always have to keep the door to uncertainty open a little bit, and especially if you're making really big claims. Like if you accuse someone of being corrupt, like that is a big claim, right? And so bigger claims, we all understand, bigger claims do need some solid substantiation, right? But it is, and so do I feel comfortable with people saying Judge Lyman is corrupt? I mean, to each his own. That's not something that I would say. At the same time, I see no problem with asking the question, is Judge Lyman corrupt? Because he has, for example, a history of not recusing himself when he has a conflict of interest that has resulted, as Cassidy said in her video, in a verdict being tossed. Now that is a real fact, a legit fact, right? And so that's what I would say to people pursuing this stuff, is make sure that you are in the realm of facts and not assumptions. And, you know, we all do the best we can here and there. All right, what is up, everybody? What time is it? We've been doing this an hour and 10 minutes. It's 1:03 a.m. Got a pretty good showing for my channel. All right, let me look at some other comments. I'm going down to the bottom again. This is fake. Look at her eyes. What is fake? I'm fake. Blake Lively's fake. Sorry, I probably dropped in too late on that conversation. Whatever you're saying, you can clarify though. I can attempt to prove to you that I am not fake. That could be an interesting exercise for us to. Oh man, Ron O says they can also request that the judge recuse himself. If he doesn't, they can appeal that afterward through trial, right? And I know that Brett had just I'm always blanking on his name. Douglas. I'm sorry, Brett. Don't be upset with me that I just blanked on your name. I'll look it up. I'm terrible with names. But he just filed an amicus brief himself, right? Asking that this be looked into, that the conflicts of interest that I get, like Cassidy uncovered, that they be looked into, and that the judge recuse himself. So, and again, it's just, I don't know what's going on really. So I don't want to speak on it. Brett Douglas McDowell. Sorry, my bad. I will try to edit that stumbling out when I go back. So anyway, I don't know about the rules of recusal. I don't know how. It could be too. I would have to know too, like how much money did this guy have? If they're talking about financial conflict of interest, then can they be specific about what that really means, right? Because just to say that someone owns a little bit of stock in something in a company that Ryan Reynolds used to be more involved with, right? Like to me, that's just too tenuous. But again, I'm not really sure if that's the extent of what people are arguing, right? So again, I don't really know. Katrina says Cassidy also made a video on how the 47.1 law was passed. Very few people raised any objections or highlighted issues with the drafting of the law. I know that is. I have not seen that video. I should watch it because that is such a good point. I don't think that you all understand how very few people ask, particularly in the political system, raise objections to quote pro-survivors legislation, because it's just a very one-dimensional argument. Like if I were to go before one of these legislative bodies, like if I were to go before, state Senate or whatever, right, or the state capitol proceedings, and I were to say to them, for example, that I don't think that the number of false accusations of sexual harassment, sexual assault are small, that I think they are actually could be considerable. Like that's not a message that anyone wants to hear, right? And so there's this whole other thing, and I talked about that too in the amicus brief, and I read it. I read that in a video about a week ago when I wrote it. Is that there's this whole unfortunate ignorance by people about the actual research, the actual studies that have been done on false accusations, and people just keep parroting this line that they almost never happen. Some version of that. And I saw that too, again, in a lot of the literature and stuff that you see online, and also in the way that these politicians think and these judges think about like sexual assault and sexual harassment. Like it's almost like taboo to say that you doubt the official narrative on these things. So anyway, for example, if you look at the range of studies that have been done over the past several decades about false accusations, and yes, they use different methodologies because there's no clear way of measuring how many accusations are false. But using different methodologies, looking at how many allegations of sexual harassment might be false, and the number goes from something very small, like around 1% to 2%, to yes, in one study as high as 90%. You may say one study, but then studies showing, 80%, 70. So I'm trying to tell you it's across the board, right? And feminists and victim activists argue that only the legitimate studies, that if you just take out all the crappy studies and you just look at what they say are the legit, properly conducted studies, they say that shows 1 to 2%, and occasionally you'll see a feminist source admitting that it could be as high as 10%. And I've actually seen that on Twitter. I've been surprised occasionally to see an occasional pro Amber Heard or pro Evan Rachel Wood or pro Blake Lively supporter concede that it could be, false allegations could be as high as 10%. Because actually 10% is pretty fucking high, actually, in a way, depending on how you're looking at it. But that's something I talked about, and I in the letter that I read for you the other day, and I'm keeping that in there, about the fact that it is just not right to disregard an entire other perspective, and that I also think that when you add in certain incentives, particularly with celebrity cases like this, things get very, very skewed. And I think that a lot of these celebrity Me Too cases are probably BS. Like, I think the stats are very high on something like that. Now, if you asked me about your typical average everyday person's experience getting sexually assaulted or harassed or whatever, what are the stats on that, and accusations, false accusations? I don't know. Just my knowledge of human beings and men and women and behavior that I've seen and other people I've known before and so forth, I would say I would probably estimate false accusations of that nature just in everyday society. I'd say 40 to 50% is what I would land on. Yeah, I know that makes some feminist head explode. I'm sorry. I just know, I've known too many women who've lied about shit. Like, that's one thing I'd like to say to Justin Baldoni. I have this idea that I've been toying with in my head that probably some people would find to be on some level inappropriate. I don't mean like inappropriate in the way that sounds, but inappropriate in the sense of like kind of odd. I had this idea about what would I say to Justin Baldoni, having gone through the experience that he's gone through. What would I say to him in terms of maybe suggesting that he take a lesson or two from what he has been through and what he has seen? And I realized when I said it was weird, I realized it's a kind of a condescending thing, right? Like, oh, I would have some insights to give Justin Baldoni, right? But I am just genuinely curious if the experiences that he has gone through have affected his perspective on certain things. And this was something, I'll find the post in a minute. This is something that Mary Morgan, who I mentioned earlier, Pop Culture Crisis, Mary, that she had posted, and I think Tim Pool actually posted it, and he was being sarcastic, he said, but I called him out because I don't think I saw it, or maybe I saw it and just wanted to bitch at him. I don't know. But anyway, it was clips. They had clips of Justin Baldoni saying basically that you need to believe women even when you don't want to hear what they have to say. And it was, it was in the vein of believe women, right? I mean, we all know, we all get it, right? This was sort of early Me Too. And I think that it's a really sort of crazy scales fall from the eyes moment and epiphantic moment when one opens one's mind to the fact that this whole idea that women don't lie or they rarely lie about this stuff is just fundamentally flawed. And as a woman, it was always obvious to me that no, not every woman lies. Maybe not most women lie, but being a woman and knowing women, it just seems like obvious to me that this would be the opinion to have, because to me, I've seen it so much over the years, right? But I'm always amazed actually by how many people, men and women, who have lived, I guess, the same life that I've lived or a similar life, and come away from that believing that human beings rarely lie about things that are serious. Like what I've learned over I don't know about y'all, but what I've learned over my decades as a human being is that human beings are wildly irrational, unpredictable motherfuckers. I mean, am I an alien, dude? Do I have just an alien experience? And it's not like I'm being condescending. I put myself there too. Not about making false essay claims, but it's not like I'm saying I'm all together either at all. But for people to say, "Oh yeah, only 1 to 2% of accusers are lying," we know that. I mean, it's just I'm sorry, we just don't have the information for that, nor do we have, I think, anecdotally the the evidence for that. But whatever, I guess different people can have different experiences. Quid pro ho, I love your name, said I took a little break from oh no, we already got your comment. Joe Raz says, keep messing up. LOL. I'm trying to say that if you listen to her video, I think people will see that it's not just conspiracy theories. She said herself she didn't want to. Yeah, and I don't want to, by the way, apologies if it's coming off at all that I'm relegating Cassidy her video to a conspiracy theory video status or anything like that. No, I just played a little bit and don't even pretend to really know the ins and outs of what she's saying. And I don't think that, and again, it's a difference between asking questions and just showing people, hey, look here, which she's helping to do, right? Which is good. And then maybe other people who are just declaring that, oh, of course he's corrupt. I don't know though, if you believe that, I mean, say it. Again, I think that's what I was trying to say earlier too, is I've just reached the point with all this of like, I want everybody to say what they feel like saying and not have to worry about getting judged for exploring things. Okay. Anything else? Akira I'm sorry, I'm not going to say your name because I'm going to butcher it. My hope is that they get Judge Lyman removed and install a better judge who will compel Blake Lively to provide the evidence Justin's team is asking for. There's so much, even if they can't get rid of Lyman, there's so much still to play out with all this if Friedman is willing to continue. Here's the thing I want y'all to understand. It is so important. It has turned out to be so important that Justin Baldoni has a big backer financially like Steve Sarowitz, who doesn't mind. I don't know if that quote is true, that he made about he's going to be, what, Israel to the Gazans or whatever. But it seems like Sarowitz has made it very clear that he is willing to spend big money to fight this battle to the end, if need be, to fight this war to the end, if need be, with Blake Lively. And I just want you all to understand how lucky Justin Baldoni is that he has a friend who is willing to back him and their shared dream like that, because most of the time what happens at this point with these types of lawsuits is that the person filing doesn't want to spend more money that they maybe are throwing away because they're getting this negative feedback from the judge. And it is so discouraging to people who file these defamation claims when they get these negative early dismissals from the judge, and then they're looking at spending millions more to continue to make a point in public that maybe they feel they've already made. And I feel like this is basically a great description of what happened, for example, with the Manson suit, because just like with the way things have gone with Baldoni's suit, Manson's defamation claims were dismissed, and according to the anti-SLAPP ideology, right? And so his claims were dismissed on that, but the other claims that he made, they remained. But then it seems like at that point, what you're looking at is spending millions more on a case that maybe people don't care about as much because it wasn't as big of a case, right? And so it made sense in hindsight, even though I didn't like it at the time, it made sense for him to shut it down and just to start making music and just get back into his career, right? And so when I look at Baldoni and Friedman, I ask myself, does it make sense for Justin and for Wayfarer to take this thing as far as he can? In other words, is it good for them, for Friedman, to try to take this legal thing as far as he can and keep it going as long as he can, to the end with Blake Lively? Or will there come a point at which it's like, even with a financial backer like Steve Sarowitz, it's like, is there a reason, if they can get concessions, right? Is there a reason to keep going? I don't know, though. What I saw in that interview that Brian Friedman did with Megyn Kelly recently this last week, this idea basically came up, and it seemed like he indicated that they were in this for the long haul, and basically reiterated the idea that this did not look to be a settlement type of case. Now, of course, that could be a lot of bluster or bluffing or what have you, playing a game, right? But to me, this seems different than your average defamation claim or even your average celebrity defamation claim that I've observed, because I've seen other cases that I've covered. For example, remember Dr. Sabatini, the scientist who was canceled, and it was very unjust and unfair. And so he filed a defamation lawsuit against his accuser and ended up settling, right? It just seems like in so many of these cases, there comes a point at which the plaintiff, it doesn't make sense. But this is not a normal case, as we've all been saying and we've all been remarking on. It almost feels like with Blake Lively and Baldoni stuff that we are in some kind of unprecedented, semi-unprecedented, uncharted waters. And I think that's one reason why this continues to get the interest of so many people. I mean, even after things have calmed down, it's just a fact. It's just a real fact that videos about the Blake Lively saga do a lot better, posts on Twitter, what have you, do a lot better than other topics, even topics that you'd think people might in the day-to-day be more interested in, right? And so I ask myself, what do people find? Because I do think it's totally organic. What do people find so compelling about this story that I haven't seen really this kind of investment or interest in since the Johnny Depp Amber Heard saga? And that, to me, made more sense because Johnny Depp was such a cultural institution, right? And in this case, though, I mean, you've got someone who's more or less relatively unknown, right? No offense, but Justin Baldoni. And then you've got someone like Blake that that people didn't like much. Some people didn't like much to begin with, right? But it's not like some big, huge actress, big player in Hollywood. Although I guess we found out with her husband, maybe so. But you see what I'm saying? Like it to me, there's a question mark. Philosophically speaking, just for me personally, there's a question mark over this saga and the interest that it brings. It's really interesting. I don't know what to think about it, honestly. But anyway, you can share your thoughts on that perhaps. So I do need to take a break. We're an hour and a half into this thing. When we come back, I will give an amicus update, and I can even read some of the new stuff that I'm adding and kind of rehash for people what happened there. And then what was it? There was something else we were going to talk about. Oh, well, I'll think about it. Oh, and I want to find, you know what we're going to start with is Mary Morgan's post, because I wanted to find the post that I was talking about. And I know it's a perspective that a number of you won't like, but I wanted to discuss it a bit. Okay. So, I'll be right back. Give me a second. I'm going to find something to put up here while I take a break.
Founder who owns half the company.
It's the first bra I don't want to take off the second I get home.
It's almost like an underwire bra and a sports bra had a baby, but it's better than both. Oh, and did I mention I hate...
Do you feel sexually harassed right now? I just want to know, because I might need to get a consent form for you to see this bra commercial. Who feels sexually harassed at this moment? I could get into characters, Blake Lively. Oh my God, we need to stand up for women. We need to stand up for women. Oh my God. And then they showed us this bra commercial. Oh, I didn't know what to do. I'm just a little girl. I'm just a little innocent Blake Lively. Okay. Anyways, I don't know why they're showing me a bra commercial. I can't control the thing, dude. It's going to be, this shit's going to be killing us in another 10 years. In some Terminator style uprising. I don't know why it's showing me bra commercials. All right. So
recently,
y'all enjoy this for 10 minutes. All right. I'll keep it under 10, but I'm going to take a break. But I'll if you want to stick around,
posted a
We will
tweet.
talk about the amicus update. Oh, I know, and I want to talk a bit about the Diddy trial, and then we'll finish up with
Where
your
you were
thoughts.
asking
If
a
you
number of questions
God damn. We'll finish up with your thoughts after that. All right. I'll see you in 10.
that I think are interesting. What has the dark side of Me Too been? And then also the question of how many of these celebrity prominent Me Too cases turned out to be legitimate. It seems like a lot of them did not, and you look into those in your Substack essay and your tweet to an extent. Also, you ask who is behind this cultural shift, and do we really fully understand their motives or how all of this really came about with Me Too and the rise of Me Too? I want to talk about all that because those are the kinds of questions that I ask here. But first of all, like, you have a story with a Me Too, and I'm just going to call it hoax, a Me Too hoax early on in Me Too that was perpetuated against you. And I know you've talked about this before on Bret Easton Ellis's show and can refer people to that as well. But I'm just curious, kind of, where are you at with all of that now, and how do you think about that looking back on it?
Well, look, on Me Too in general, there's sort of the legitimate part, and then once people see the legitimate part, it's obvious that you could create something that looks very similar to one of the legitimate ones, and but you just made it up, and you can accomplish some goal. And so if you give people a magic wand where they can get people fired or whatever it is, a lot of people are going to wave that wand, all over Wilshire Boulevard.
Right.
And so a lot of it was legit. I'm sure there appear to be some very, very real cases, which is what makes it complicated. And then there were a bunch of cases that were not real and that really were motivated by sort of a broader sense of mission that, like, oh, we have to take a lot of these guys out and free up certain jobs.
Because one of the things you get into in your essay is how, at the same time you've got the rise of Me Too, you have a lot of activists in the industry, in the entertainment industry, very loudly demanding that you have equal 50-50 men and women in terms of executive leadership in the studios?
You had Time's Up, which was supposed to be like a legal defense fund, but at the same time as being a legal defense fund, it had goals that it was supposed to achieve in terms of what percent of jobs were going to wind up in this category and that other category, which is a little odd because that's not normally what a legal defense fund does or concerns itself with.
There are these forces that agitate for someone's firing that do want to see that, because the person who succeeded you was a woman, right, at Amazon, and a lot was made of that, right?
Right. So you have people who actually have a personal interest.
Right.
You really have all sorts of motivation. Then you have people who they don't care specifically about this individual and that individual, but they just want to see sort of a mass change, not over 20 years, but over like 20 minutes of, the top people in the business. And like this has to happen now. And that's the whole concept of time. That's why it's called Time's Up. All this stuff has to happen now. It can't be some kind of evolution. So there were people who are heavily motivated in that way, and I think played a significant role in saying, like, what should all the rules be? The rules should be that you kind of can't speak up for yourself. No one is going to print that in a publication.
You're talking about, sorry, after you're saying, like, after you've been falsely accused, and it seems like you experienced this too, that there are these, or maybe up until recently, there have been these sort of rules of decorum for how you should conduct yourself, and they were really debilitating in terms of you defending yourself, because one of the things that you're told is be quiet, be silent, don't fight back, right?
Yeah, that was considered in sort of Me Too version 1 as being inappropriate. So if you make any case that, like, maybe this is not true, that's inappropriate. And then, another Me Too version 1 rule is that, all infractions are the same.
Right.
So you could be a murderer, or you could have made a passing comment to someone at some point 20 years ago.
Right.
And the point is, we don't want to make distinctions, like
Right.
if you're in the doghouse, you're in the doghouse, and just assume everybody's a murderer
And they
and
just
it's all
love
the
to
same.
right. I mean, in your situation, is that basically what
There's
happened?
a person I had never met in my life, and we wound up together for like a few minutes, going like from one party to another at Comic-Con, and we've never been alone. There was always a person right there, and there was some banter, and we got out and took a selfie, and like that was it. So she did complain that she didn't like the tenor of the conversation in the Uber, but Amazon looked into it, and at the time there were rules about like you it's not just like you complain and people are automatically fired. Like you have to actually do something.
An actual investigation has how
Yeah.
novel.
And so that did not, so I was kept on. It was not sexual harassment or whatever.
Gotcha.
And then years later, you know there was apparently a lot of pressure from the Hollywood Reporter to, let's try to turn this into a big story.
Right.
And then finally, they printed a big story, and the whole essence of it was this one line of dialogue that I definitely never said. And again, there's a witness right there. So if we go to court one day, I'm definitely going to win.
And nobody took you to court, isn't it interesting, or tried to take you to court, right?
Of course not, because there's absolutely no case.
Right.
I mean, it's not against. You can't make a civil claim for like I find this person annoying.
Right.
It's
Not yet.
I mean,
Blake Lively's trying to. That's what she's trying to. I mean, I feel like what's happening to Baldoni in a way is a kind of a shade or two, but yours was just this brief interaction anyway. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, yeah, and then never saw her again in my life. Like totally random person you've never seen, and you make there's some banter in the cab, and you forget about it, right?
Right.
And that. So I actually think it's the weakest case.
It is so
of the
weak.
whole history of Me Too in Hollywood.
It's so weak.
Which is why no one ever wants to mention it or anything, because it just makes the whole thing look bad. And in general,
and the Hollywood, I just want to say too, like the Hollywood Reporter article, I looked at that, and I think there was another article written sometime afterward, major publication, and when I looked at the articles, I just saw, and this happens all the time with these situations, how in order to try to bolster the major claim, as ridiculous as it was, they bring in these little snippets from your life of like rumor or gossip or people saying this or that. And the thing is, but here's the thing, Roy, that just I thought was astounding. They couldn't find anything actually even shady to say about you. And so there were just these sort of bizarre attempts to malign you with nothing. And two of them stand out for me. One of them was an allegation that at an after work party or something, you'd been a little too tipsy, which I'm like, and I'm not even saying that's true or not true or whatever, but I'm thinking, oh, you're telling me that a Hollywood executive hanging out in a party is good. I mean, it was so stupid. And then the other one that just made me laugh out loud. Apparently, you scowl at employees too much in meetings.
Well, the thing is, in that era, you really didn't have to say anything serious.
Right.
It just, the point was that you had a headline and you said something. And the convention became that what you do is you get as quickly as possible past the substantive, here's the thing that this person did. Right. Move past that very quickly, or don't even dig into it. And so, and the way to write one of these articles is you move from the allegation, which can be pretty vague, and you spend most of the time talking about like how people felt, how people felt about it. That's like the substance of the article.
Right.
And that's how you get the article to be 1,000 words or whatever it is. And and maybe you can complain about something irrelevant, like 2 years ago he parked in someone's space, that was no good, and I mean that was the convention at the time. But in the very moment of the end of 2017, that was enough. And like, you know, it becomes problematic when all the actual facts are put on the table. So just a very minor example, but there was that reporter at the Washington Post where there was another reporter at the Post who like retweeted something that was a joke, right? And this woman, Felicia Somnes or something, and she made like a federal case of it, and but that all fell apart, and she got fired. And the problem is that everybody could see what the tweet was. You know, it wasn't the
That it
kind of
wasn't bad.
thing,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It wasn't the kind of thing where like the article is going to express it so vaguely, and then they're just going to say, oh, people felt horrible, and you know, so you couldn't use that tactic. And you know, the same thing happened with Amber Heard. Like everyone agreed with her, and then once all the facts were put on the table, didn't go well. And that's the thing. At the time, there was no way to put facts on the table. It was just, you know, whatever you said was accepted. And I think that is not true now. So so it's riskier, unless you really have the facts on your side.
Right. Right.
It's problematic. I would say for anyone who gets into the Baldoni situation or any bad situation, you have to get into court as quickly as possible. You cannot leave it to reporters or newspapers
Right.
who have a huge incentive to create something that sounds salacious and is kind of entertaining.
Right.
You know, you have to get in front of a judge and a jury with cross-examination, depositions, and you have to say, you know, look, the real penalty for one of these, even if it's incredibly minor, is total career, you know, death. And therefore my my claim is for, you know, $100 million or whatever your claim is, you know, given your career.
Do you wish that you would have done that? Or is it something
At the time, I think it was difficult. Maybe, I mean, you know, maybe it is what I would recommend to anyone who actually has the facts on your side. If you don't have the facts on your side, I don't really have a recommendation. You know, hopefully you have a nice vacation house or something. But if the facts are on your side, you have to go to court and fight hard, and it has to become an extremely regrettable experience for the other person.
Right, right. Well, so I think that kind of gets into the question then of if you know, if one has facts on their side or not. This was a question that you raised earlier in your essay, is that if we just look at the most notable Me Too cases and we go down the list, you were going through that list, what we've got is a lot of hoaxes.
You know, my estimate was a conservative estimate. I think like 25% to a third are not real, and a lot of them follow a particular pattern, you know, which breaks down into a few different patterns. You know, sometimes you have the X.
Justin Baldoni is a cautionary tale for
All right, I'm Shit. Sorry, you can't hear me. My bad. My bad. Okay, here we go. Listen to this for just a bit. I'll be right back. We're going to talk about this first right off the bat.
for Holly. Justin Baldoni is a cautionary tale for Hollywood's male feminists. And just days ago, Judge Lyman actually dismissed Blake Lively's claims of emotional distress against Justin Baldoni, only for us to find out yesterday that Justin Baldoni's entire defamation countersuit against Blake Lively has been thrown out. It is dead in the water. A lot of people are saying there's still a chance he can still appeal, he can still refile. But people who have been covering this story and following it very closely are saying that is highly unlikely, and it's dead in the water for Justin Baldoni. He went up against the Hollywood Me Too establishment and he lost this battle. Now, the trial is still set for May 2026 because Blake Lively's defamation and sexual harassment suit against Justin Baldoni is still active and being.
So I think that initially, so this is not timely like today. I think initially this was a number of us had a reaction that was a little bit more in line at first with this sense that everything was over, right? So I understand, like, now I think we'd all take issue with this interpretation, but again, this was an earlier perspective. But what I'm interested in here is what Mary's about to get into a bit with her commentary, just to listen to a bit of it, and then I want to look too at the post on Twitter and talk about it. Okay, so play a little more here.
Litigated, but his suit against her in response is what has been completely thrown out as of yesterday, which it also alleged extortion and other claims. He has an opportunity to amend why they made in a legal complaint. It's kind of over for him. He doesn't really have a way out of this. And Colonel Kurtz, a friend of the show, has been covering this lawsuit play by play very closely for months now. This was her response. It's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a plaintiff to win a defamation suit in our court system. Looks like absolutely terrible news for Justin Baldoni and a giant win for Blake Lively. I told y'all a long time ago that my years of following these Me Too cases, it had become clear it's basically impossible to get justice for defamation. At the time, some of you chastised me for being negative, but look at what always seems to happen. I'll defer to those with more legal insight. But I see no good news here. The judge flat out told them not to bother refiling on almost all of the claims. They said the Wayfarer parties have not made a showing that the complaint's defects can be cured. I don't see any way to interpret this other than as disastrous for Baldoni's case. That's just how it is, unfortunately.
And so this was my earliest post on this. I turned out to be wrong in the sense that there were several claims. I thought that there were just like a couple of claims. From the way that the judge worded it, as you can see here, I quoted the judge. It made it sound like there were just basically two claims sort of hanging on, barely hanging on. And the judge flat out told them, don't bother refiling on all of this other stuff, right? But as Brian Friedman pointed out, and Leanne Newton was astute, I'll give her credit for this, astute at recognizing this early on when a number of us, I guess, didn't see it, didn't recognize it in the document, in the ruling. But there were several other claims that were allowed to remain, that were not stricken, right? So Brian Friedman says there are several different things, like 4 or 5 different things that they're proceeding with a lawsuit against Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds, these lawsuits about, and the New York Times, presumably, I guess. I'd actually like to see someone discuss a bit more the New York sort of status update on where things are with the New York Times suit, if that's just totally thrown out or it was just the defamation portion. I can't remember what specifically, without looking, what Baldoni was accusing the New York Times of. In terms of beyond defamation. Okay, so I'd play a little bit more here.
And then she finished it off saying, there is the court of public opinion, and then there is God's court. I swear before you all that I will continue to do everything to bring light to the truth. And if there is a God, Blake Lively better hope he's a fan of narcissistic lying actresses.
Oh God, it sounds so fucking cheesy and awful in the light of day when she reads it like that. I do go too far sometimes. I get I get a little ridiculous, I guess. It just hit me. It's because I've been up tonight drinking, and now the truth is hitting me in the face. I can't hide from it. What a corny post that was. But at the moment, I meant it, dude. I meant it. Sometimes I know some of you get this. Sometimes when you are so frustrated with the highest powers on the earth, you, like in this case, the judicial system, you feel like this desperation, like there's nowhere else to look but to one's higher power, right? And that's how I was feeling. That's what I was saying earlier, is that I was more disillusioned initially with this ruling, and that's reflected in the first video that I did, and the most recent video that I did. And that's definitely reflected in that. And so yeah, but look, like I do believe if there's a God, he's a Justin Baldoni fan. I mean, versus a Blake Lively fan. I mean, that's just self-evident. Like there's no even debate on whom is favored. If there were a God, theoretically, hypothetically, who would be favored between these two? Just no debate, unless the God turns out to be like an evil God, like, and so that would make sense then if he was a Blake Lively fan. It's like at the end of, look, I've been watching so much Star Trek. Oh my God, I'm so excited. I get to put this obscure Star Trek reference in here. The Star Trek illusion that's been rattling around in my head. Oh my God. You all, are you excited about a tiny little detour into Star Trek V, The Final Frontier? Now, here's the point. All right, hold on a second. This is so exciting. I've hijacked this thing similarly to how in the film the antagonist hijacks a colony, but whatever, we'll talk about that later. So, but look, Star Trek V, Final Frontier. What happens is that the Enterprise gets hijacked. All right. Yeah, this is the old Trek. The Enterprise gets hijacked by this Vulcan cult leader who claims that he knows where God is located, that like the spirit of God, he has traced it psychically, like God has called to him, and the spirit of God is at this one location in the galaxy. And so he hijacks the ship. He hijacks the Enterprise. He takes them over to this remote location, and then they beam down. He and a few of the main guys, right, in the movie, right, Captain Kirk, Spock, McCoy, they beam down to the planet where they're supposed to meet God, where God has psychically told this dude, the psychic Vulcan, that he's going to be. What happens though, dude? Has anybody seen this movie? It's really fucking creepy, dude. I kind of want to show it to you, but then what's going to suck is I'm going to get a copyright violation. But hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. Because it's actually, the movie itself is pretty shitty. It's considered to be one of the worst movies in the larger Star Trek canon. But I do think, sorry, but I'm gonna give away the ending. Who cares though? So, and I'm going somewhere with this actually. Okay, so here we go. So, take a break if you're not into this, but for a few minutes, we're gonna watch this. Just a few minutes. This is what happens when this hijacked ship goes down to the planet to meet this god. All right. They see parrots. Yeah. I don't care if you're not interested. You gotta deal with it. Y'all enjoy. Make it.
Is this the voice of God? One voice, many faces. Does this better suit your expectations? I'll say to it is I. It was not. The barrier stood between us, but we breached it. Magnificent. You are the first to find me. We sought only your infinite wisdom. And how did you breach the barrier? With a starship. This starship. Could it carry my wisdom beyond the barrier? It could, yes. Then I shall make use of this starship. It will be your chariot. Excuse me. It will carry my power to every corner of creation.
Excuse me,
just like to ask a question? What does God need with a starship?
Bring the ship closer.
I said, what does God need with a starship?
Jim, what are you doing? I'm asking you a question.
Who is this creature?
Who am I? Don't you know? Aren't you God?
I'll get in trouble if I play more. Any minute YouTube's gonna rip me off for infringement here, copyright infringement. So, but there is a reason, there's a rationale here that I'm showing this, and I'll talk about it. I'll talk about it in a little while, unrelated to Blake Lively, but related to Blake Lively. Oops. Hold on a second. Let me get an image up. There are somebody asked what, a half an hour ago or whatever, we were talking about the judicial system, and basically I saw in the chat someone asking something to the effect of, why aren't there more dissenters when it comes to some of this bad legislation or bad implementation of it, and all of these, for instance, like just one judge after another tossing these defamation suits seemingly unjustly. And anyway, the point is, the question is basically like, why are people so conformist, I guess, is the question. Like, when these fashions and these fads that I've described, such as the current, for lack of a better word, yes, fad, in terms of this orientation toward supposed essay and harassment victims and defamation claims and all this, the Me Too stuff, right? Since the Me Too era, right? Why aren't more people in the system questioning it? And I think that this is the point that I was kind of making with the Star Trek reference earlier, is that when you have invested so much of yourself or your time in a particular system or a particular movement or a particular perspective or a particular job, then I think you become more and more entrenched to the point where you don't want to face the fact that you don't want to face certain facts or realities, because that would mean then having to face, almost to a degree, like a larger lie or problem with the system or whatever. And I think that, like, what I see when I read these judges' rulings, like Judge Lyman or the judge in the Marilyn Manson decision, which her decision was much shorter. You know, at least Lyman bothered to, and I'm not defending him at all, but at least he or the clerks that are working for him, whoever wrote his paper, at least put a lot of citations and explanations of other cases in there to try to make it seem like, oh, this is proper jurisprudence. In the Marilyn Manson case, it was this tiny, really, really short ruling, and that judge, she would, in court rulings, she would complain about how tired she was of all of this, these documents, so something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing, right? And that, it's just exhausting, blah, blah, blah. And she was basically giving off this idea that she thought that this was an illegitimate lawsuit. And that was the subtext of what I was getting, right? And so here's my point, is what I'm saying is, these people, just like anyone in any job or any system, they're entrenched in a system. And I'm not talking at it like so I fuck the police perspective or whatever, right? Like, I get in trouble on my Instagram recently for being against protester or what have you, or that's the way people were taking it or whatever. The long detour, I don't want to get into that. Point is, maybe later if people want to, it's controversial, I don't know. But point is, though, like, but just from a general, even apolitical perspective, you look at this and you can see that there is a real extreme bias that is grown up now in the system, that activists, generated by a lot of these activists that lobby politicians, like what Devin Rachel Wood did, y'all. I mean, hold on one second. Let me show you something. All right, this might annoy some of you, particularly some of you who have already I've already had to sit through this and find it nauseating. But when people experience outrage, like a number of you have, understandably, about the recent Baldoni dismissal ruling by the judge, people have this outrage, and but people need to understand, though, that these rulings are part of a larger, really problematic movement right now that has been well underway, and pressure actually that has been put on the justice system by certain activists and political factions. And I'm not saying there's anything nefarious about it or whatever. This is just how the justice system works. There's lots of lobbying and pressure, and there's a political strategy, and all these things have been employed. But what I'm saying, and what I see some of you in the chat saying too, understanding, is that there's really not been anyone standing up against this. And I'm not here to start a movement or whatever. God knows I don't have time to do anything like that. I'm not suggesting it, but I'm just trying to explain how we got to where we got, where the laws and the interpretation of these laws are now, it's so stacked against someone in Baldoni, from my perspective, who's someone who's a layperson but who's been watching this kind of stuff for a while now in various cases. It's just so stacked against someone in Baldoni's position. And this is something that my first collaborator with on this case pointed out too, again, the other day. She was talking about how when she sued the New York Times, that she just barely got through, avoided the dismissal trap, but just by the skin of her teeth, apparently. And she was just acknowledging that, or I'm talking about Ari Jacob. Remember, she sued the New York Times and Taylor Lorenz and everything, and ended up settling. But even she, had to end up settling. That's just how the system normally is. It compels that the system doesn't want a trial. The system wants things to go away, get taken care of, right? And anyway, okay. So you ask me, where does this stuff come from? How does this stuff get entrenched in the justice system? This is a clip from Phoenix Rising, Evan Rachel Wood's 2-part documentary on HBO. And we're not going to talk a lot about the Manson thing, but I want to make a point here. So.
It's always really hard for me to look at photos of myself from before. I've kept this journal since I was 15. I made a new friend. I'm here today to talk about Brian Warner, also known to the world as Marilyn Manson.
He studied how to manipulate people. He groomed her. He's a predator.
Everyone was looking at Marilyn Manson and they weren't looking at Brian Warner.
Numerous women heard my story and they knew exactly who it was. I realized that I wasn't the only one that this had happened to. You're not alone. I know, it's crazy. We were outside of the statute of limitations. We had run out of time and nothing in our evidence could help us.
Statistically, a lot of victims take 7 to 10 years to even recognize that they were a victim of this abuse.
I became an activist fighting for victims and survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault. Not only did people hear our stories, but they said, yeah, we hear you and something does need to change.
Any bills that will expand the statute of limitations is really important to survivors like us.
We need to make sure that this doesn't happen to anybody else. I realized that this is the first time I haven't been doubted or questioned or shamed. This is the first time that someone was really listening. I was like, what is this feeling? And it's this feeling of being believed.
I mean, y'all, how do you fight that? Really, it takes something with that kind of appeal, that kind of emotional appeal, that kind of just sort of obvious, who's against sexual assault victims? Like, come on, right? Like such kind of obvious popular appeal. packaged in such a way, and you've got multiple women like Evan Rachel Wood out there and in various iterations of her and the people who back her and support her in this type of stuff all across the country with pushing all this legislation. And then you have politicians like California's Susan Rubio, who was the main point of contact, political point of contact in the Capitol with Evan Rachel Wood, and spearheaded a lot of this legislation. She herself was sued by her ex for defamation. That's a whole other rabbit hole that someone could go down, and some people have. It's kind of interesting. But my point is that it's a very appealing package, and one can see why it has been allowed to basically run rampant throughout our justice system reform legislation over the years. And look, I understand too that this legislation, the kind of stuff I'm talking about, anti-SLAPP, for example, that there are a number of cases where it did legitimately protect people who needed protection. And I just, look, I'll tell you this. I mentioned the Ocean's Gate documentary on Netflix, and I didn't follow up with where I was going with that. But that submarine that imploded on the way down to the Titanic, right? There's a new documentary on Netflix, and it shows that the company and its founder who died, that they were extremely negligent. And there was a whistleblower, someone who was high up in the company, and predicted exactly that this was going to happen. I'm just putting image here, and predicted that this was going to happen. Here, something else besides Blake Lively. I'll put the documentary up here. It's interesting if y'all want to check it out at some point, if you're looking for something to watch. So it's called the Ocean Gate Disaster. And so y'all all remember this, but one of the points that was made in this, or one of the things that's discussed, is this whistleblower's experience. Oh, go away. Don't worry, there's nothing on this computer. I don't think any porn's coming up. And starring me, no. Y'all, that will be, I have to say, if I ever get into the OnlyFans stuff, then you'll know that I've just totally given up on my life dreams. Not because I think that there's something horribly wrong with it, obviously. I wouldn't have done like all those fun videos with my friend Celtic Iron, but I'm just saying, if I ever go that route, then you know my life is just done. You can just come over and put me out of my misery. Oh, I probably shouldn't be saying that. I'll get some kind of slap with something on we're talking about on YouTube. Okay. So this whistleblower, here's the point I'm trying to make. The whistleblower got sued by Ocean's Gate. This was before the implosion, right? So there was a period of time. Sorry, I'm not being very clear because it is late. I never finished that drink though. Oh my God. The whistleblower disclosed these things publicly, his concerns about the company and the safety of their ship and all of that. He disclosed that. And then the company and its founder tried to sue him into oblivion, and they did hardcore go after him. And then while that was being litigated, he was fighting that, is when this implosion happened and, you know, these people died and all that. So basically proving his point, right? So I guess he's still in litigation with like the company, what's left of it. I don't know how that stuff works. But anyway, here's my point though, is that is a good use of anti-SLAPP, because one of the things that anti-SLAPP statutes seek to do is make it much more problematic or prohibitive for someone to try to do what that company and that crazy submarine guy tried to do to a whistleblower who was just trying to get the word out that this was not safe. So I know that these statutes, I guess what I'm trying to say is, I know that these statutes also do some good as well. I know that there are a number of legitimate victims who surely are falsely sued for defamation by just very vindictive exes who want to put them through hell or what have you. But here's the question, here's the problem that we get to, is that if we know there's going to be, no matter what a legislature or a judge decides, we know there's going to be some collateral damage one way or the other, right? No matter what is decided, there will be some percentage of people who suffer unfairly. So if you seek to prohibit or deter defamation suits, like the one that Justin Baldoni and Wayfarer tried to file for defamation before being struck down. If you discourage that, then you know that there are going to be some men who legitimately, and plaintiffs who had legitimate defamation claims, and that they're going to be harmed, just like I feel like Justin Baldoni and Wayfarer have been harmed with this ruling, right, that Lyman gave. On the other hand, the feminist and the activist and those people who wrote all of those amicus curiae briefs, a big point that they kept leaning on was the idea that you would have, basically what they were saying, more or less interpreting it, is that you have more collateral damage if you don't try to deter these defamation claims, because you're going to have so many women who are going to be falsely accused of defamation and being dragged through the courts by their abusers, right? So again, like what I was trying to say earlier, it comes down to truly someone's worldview on what they think is possible in terms of false allegations, and what people, and a lot of people, I guess what I'm trying to say, getting back to the Star Trek thing, is that dude had spent in that clip, that dude had spent like his whole life basically searching for this God that was calling to him in the universe. And so he couldn't think clearly, because it would mean turning his back on like all of this time he had spent, all he had given up for it, right? And I feel like there are so many activists, such as some of the people who wrote those amicus curiae briefs, there are so many activists and feminists and even people, judges, legislators, that they cannot let go of the idea that women don't lie, or that women almost never lie, because it would, I guess, just be like, they feel like shattering to their whole worldview, even though I don't think it really should. But I just don't think, they're just not interested. If there's this whole other part of the conversation that it seems like to me, activists and legislators and people in the justice system and people in the media are not interested in really talking about. Like, look, what if it is just 10%? What if it's true, as most feminist organizations and people who wrote those amicus curiae letters would agree with? They would of course say that 10% is the high end of what they think is reasonable. But let's say that it's just 10% false allegations. I think it's higher, particularly in celebrity type cases. But let's say that it's just 10%. 10% is fucking big, y'all. What if I were to tell you that there's a 10% chance that you're going to die tomorrow? Would you not have anxiety? Am I the only one who would have anxiety if I was told that there was a 10% chance I would die tomorrow? So that's not nothing. I guess what I'm trying to say is that's not nothing. And let's say you've got 100,000 men who are, and that's a low number, but let's say 100,000 men who are falsely accused of sexual harassment, or no, let's say you have 100,000 men who are accused of sexual harassment or sexual assault in either the criminal or civil courts or court of public opinion, right? I'm not saying it's 100,000. I couldn't even begin to know. But let's say it's 100,000. And then let's say that then you say, okay, 10% of those are false accusations. That's 10,000 guys, 10,000 people. So then what happens is, the activists would then on the other side would say, yes, but the number of women who would be harmed if we went the other direction, the number of accusers, the number of victims, legitimate victims, would be higher than that. Although they don't really know, right? And so what I'm trying to say is that there's this unfortunate situation where it's very subjective. This is what's so frustrating about adjudicating sexual assault or sexual harassment, y'all, is that every aspect of it just seems to be marred by subjectivity in a way, in that oftentimes, yes, it is a he said, she said. I'm not saying there's not some objective truth, but no one is witness to that, or can absolutely show us that, right? And even when people agree on even dialogue, they often disagree on what that dialogue meant. And so what I'm saying is that I've just seen in so many cases over the years with the Me Too stuff, where what one woman describes as a sexual assault or a rape, yes, sometimes I agree with, but other cases, I think to myself, that is not my definition. And this is where I'll say something about the Weinstein case. You know, I had purposely never looked into that case because to me there was no reason or to look into it. The guy was he was in prison for the rest of his life, Weinstein. It had been decided. There was nothing, even if I looked into it and found out something didn't seem right, there's just nothing, and I wasn't interested in it, honestly, for whatever reason. And I felt like he was a predatory harasser and assaulter who deserved it, because that's what I thought. Well, he went through the justice system, and there was an actual trial. Like, I say that a lot, like it's important to actually have a trial to adjudicate things. And so I thought, I thought Weinstein was definitely guilty. And by the way, he still might be. But Candace Owens' series on him, if you haven't seen it, it raises very legit, significant problems with the narrative against him, the women who put him in prison and their stories. I mean, just some things almost jaw-dropping. And I say this as someone who is not in the bag for Candace Owens. I have been very vocal about saying that I dislike her series and her views on the French First Lady. Not that I think French First Lady is wonderful, shoving her husband or hitting her husband in the face. I guess she and Diddy, maybe she and Sean Combs, if Sean Combs gets out, maybe they can date or whatever. They're like evenly matched aggression wise. But I just thought that it was absolute like bullshit, that the narrative that she's a man. And I watched Candace's entire series on it and I thought about it and whatever. But like, I just think that she was making a lot of really big incorrect leaps and assumptions. And just one example, and I've talked about this, is the suggestion that Candace makes that if someone is really interested in the writer Andre Gide, then that likely indicates some kind of sexual perversity or proclivity, because the guy was a confessed pederast, hung out with Oscar Wilde. Yes, they did have sex with a prostitute, a teenage male, two teenage male prostitutes. And, I have nothing good to say about any of that, right? But Candace makes the leap that because the Macrons like this writer, or Emmanuel Macron loves this writer's work, Gide, that is indication of like personal like perversities or whatever. And the point that I made is that Andre Gide was a Nobel Prize winning French author whose work was so great as a writer that I read him and studied him in college. I even taught Andre Gide, a bit of Andre Gide's writing in some classes that I taught when I used to teach college English. And so I say that because, that is a perfect example there of how bias can get into things. And I don't mean that, I'm not calling Candace Owens biased, but I'm just saying we all have a certain filter through which we take in information. And when I look at someone being a fan of a Nobel Prize winning writer and philosopher, I don't automatically assume that that person must be perverse because the writer of that also had a perverse life. Like, that's not a leap that I make, but people view things through different filters. But here's the thing. I called BS on Candace Owens publicly, repeatedly, for her views on Macron's wife. That having been said, I think that her Weinstein stuff is pretty fucking airtight and pretty compelling. And I don't know what that man deserves and doesn't deserve. I don't know what to make of it all. At the very least, he's certainly guilty of a lot of extensive sexual harassment in the workplace, right? But should that get someone years in prison or not? I don't know. But here's where I'm coming to with this. I don't mean any disrespect to Rose McGowan, but since she put this in her book, she extensively describes what she views as a sexual assault by Weinstein. And she describes this in her book. And I have her book, and I got her book because of what she says about Marilyn Manson. But there's a chapter in there on Weinstein. And this was her brave book with the shaved head, written, as her sort of like Me Too memoir, right? And she describes her experience with Weinstein, and it certainly sounds distasteful and yucky and unpleasant as I would experience it. But I read it and I don't see sexual assault. Whereas she is so confident that this comes across as sexual assault that she describes it in her book and puts it out there as if to say, and she writes about the trauma of it and how awful Weinstein was and blah, 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 right? And this is, as you know, this is sort of the springboard for Rose McGowan becoming a big Me Too figure. And again, I don't have any beef with her or what have you, right? And I'm not saying Weinstein is a good guy, but I'm trying to get at something here when we're talking about the justice system and we're talking about filters through which judges can see things and biases. Like I'm trying to explain here how this is just messy. Sexual assault, sexual harassment, these are things that are in many cases they are subjective. No, there are cases that are very clear, like I said no, I tried to get away, he held me down, right? But a lot of the cases that get adjudicated now, particularly like the big like Me Too cases, are things that I think are much more ambiguous perhaps. I'm gonna hold on one second. I'm gonna grab the book. I think I have it still. I'm gonna make it just be me right now because I wanna go off track just a bit. Because these are things that I talked about in the amicus brief and that I'm talking about or expounding on a bit in the revised version. And so quickly too, so on Twitter, so the day that, let me put it this way, the day that, was it Monday? The day that it was announced that the judge released his ruling, Lyman, announcing that Baldoni's defamation claims were getting kicked, that I also received. Well, and I truthfully, I had it in my inbox longer than that, but I hadn't checked because I'd been getting ready for traveling and all of this for this trip my mom wanted to go on. So anyway, the point is though, like I was notified, that it was just an incorrect address that I sent it to and it got kicked back to me. So I'm not even notified by like a court clerk or whatever. I'm just talking about kickback on the email. So yeah, it was a stupid rookie mistake. And I mentioned, and I was honest about it, even though like I kind of wanted to lie and make up something that sounded better and not so stupid, but whatever. But I announced it on Twitter, and then there were a bunch of Blake Lively fans who were making fun of me and retweeting it, and with the spitting of the coffee meme and stuff. And I deserved it, so I can't really I just had to sort of lick my wounds on that because it was embarrassing. But the thing was, it was so overshadowed by the judge's ruling that I decided it's not even about me anyway. So I just removed the post. And so I've been quiet on it since then. And here was the thing that I was trying to figure out is, okay, I wrote this, I wrote this brief that I feel that I liked, to be honest with you, without sounding pompous. I thought it sounded pretty damn good for a layperson. I'm not saying it used brilliant legal theory or whatever, but if you saw that video where I read a good portion of it, then that's what it is, right? So I had this document then that I'd spent all this time on, but then the judge has now ruled on what I was addressing in the document, basically making it rendering it obsolete. And so I was trying to figure out if I just wanted to, if I just needed to say, okay, just trash it, so to speak, or give up. But then I thought, well, the judge is now inviting Blake Lively to pursue treble damages against Baldoni, according to 47.1. He's not saying he's going to do it, but he's inviting her lawyers to make that argument. And so there's basically most of what I wrote still applies. Just some of it has to be changed and tweaked a bit, but it's still the basic question again of the 47.1. It's just what's changed now is that the judge has dismissed, he's dismissed Baldoni's defamation allegations. But anyway, so I felt like what I had was still valid, but I thought, look, as long as I'm going to do this now again, I want to make sure that it's something that when people read it, even though I don't think the judge is going to give a shit, I don't think it's going to make him mad or anything. He's just going to be like, okay, another irrelevant amicus letter. And mine is certainly shorter. My brief was certainly shorter than the others that the other side have turned in. But I thought since I have this opportunity now, I'm going to just basically say everything relevant and helpful that I want to say about this case and about this situation. And also, I want to more fully try to educate maybe the judge, if not the judge, then the public at least, about this other perspective that I've been talking about for the last, 2 hours, 2.5 hours now, off and on. This whole other perspective about the way that the justice system should regard defamation claims and sexual assaults and things like that. These calculations. So anyway, long story short, I'm like adding things to it, but I think that I am almost done now. CJ, Citizen Justice, is going to look over it for me. She nicely offered to. So I think I'm at the point where I'm ready to send it out again. So I'll let her see it, and then I'll send it to the right address this time so I don't look like a dumbass. And then I guess it'll go to the docket. I don't know. I appreciated, I asked Brett about this because he announced, that he just submitted an amicus brief about the Judge Lyman issue. And that he posted that. So anyway, I asked him again to make sure that like I was correct now. And because I'd gotten the right address, but I just fucked up the address. But anyway, so I think we're good. But I will, and I just don't want to, and I guess I could post it before it's on the docket. I have this stupid thing in my mind of like wanting it to appear on the docket officially before I post on it, because then it'll be like more impressive. I know it's kind of maybe an annoying, stupid way of viewing things, but I'd be like, oh, if it's on the docket, that'll be so cool. I can say, and look, it's on the docket, and then people will read it. So, but maybe I should just go ahead and just put it out there, just publish it no matter what. I know this is all, you don't give a shit about any of this. This is the kind of stuff people actually hate YouTubers droning on about. So I'll agree with some of y'all on that. Okay. We were talking about Mary Morgan's perspective. And so I think that actually, I'll tell you what, let's take a 5-minute break. I think I could go for another hour. If some of you can, I think I can. So I want to talk a little more about the Weinstein thing, maybe even read just a little bit. I know some of you have already read this, but read a little bit of this where she talks about Weinstein. It's interesting also in contrast how she talks about Marilyn Manson. But I read a bit of that and then give some updates with that, with the Sean Combs Diddy thing. And then I do have a message for Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively. And I know some of you might be, where's the rant? But I actually was saving something for the end. So toward the end, I do have something to say to Justin Baldoni and something to say to Blake Lively. And I'm going to say these things. I'm going to then repackage it and I'll put them out as short videos. So that part will be of his stream will be getting repackaged. So that's what's coming up if you were hoping for the rant. And one more thing I'm going to do also in the next hour. I want to read a little bit to you from this book, because this little book that I read many years ago in college in the early aughts, long time ago, this book has really informed a lot of my and really helped to shore up a lot of my feelings about gender issues and consent and feminism and a lot of the stuff that I talk about on my show and my orientation toward Me Too. And so much of what this woman, Katie Royfee, so much of what she wrote was so prescient, even though this skinny little book that she wrote when she was in grad school, she was still a student herself. But this book came out in 1993. And yet the things that she was talking about an attitude that she was just starting to see germinating in the American universities, the prestigious American universities, and that she was concerned about where it would lead. And it's so interesting to see to read a young student writing about her concerns about what is germinating among young people like her and where it'll lead. And then to see then how this rings true, so much of it, for where we find ourselves today. So I want to read a bit of that. I actually have a couple of videos on my philosophy playlist where it's just me reading large sections of this book because I love it so much. But I'm not going to subject you to very much. But I do want to read a bit of the Rose McGowan thing, a bit of this. I want to show more of Mary Morgan's video, and in particular what she said on Twitter. I kind of got off track with that. I still want to look at it and respond to it. I also want to talk about the first class action sexual harassment lawsuit that was ever filed in the United States. If you follow me on Twitter or Instagram, you know why I'm bringing this up. I want everybody to hear what was alleged in the first class action sexual harassment lawsuit in the US and see how it deviates from the type of stuff that Blake Lively believes she was subjected to ridiculously. So I want to bring that up as well. And so in anticipating that, I want to show you a trailer for the Charlize Theron film. I know she's not everyone's favorite actress, but there's a Charlize Theron film called North Country that I believe some of you have seen. And this is a somewhat slightly fictionalized version of this class action lawsuit, this case that I was just talking about, this famous lawsuit by several women against a mining company. And again, the kind of stuff that these women were subjected to compared to, and you think about that then in comparison to what Blake Lively is trying to get away with in terms of what she's trying to pull on the public and on the justice system. It's really insane. So I'm going to show you a trailer for this. I just need to run to the restroom and then I will be back. And we'll take a few minutes break and you can watch this again. This is a trailer for the a movie about the case that I was telling you about. Amber Heard actually makes a cameo at the beginning as an SA victim. But anyway, I don't think she's in the trailer. All these like 6 degrees of different celebrities, right? It all like intersects and everything. It is kind of, whether we're talking about even with the judges, right? Like that's Judge Lyman connected even tangentially through his brother, a director, a Hollywood director, to Blake Lively. So I mean, it's kind of crazy. Okay, here's the North Country trailer, and I will be right back.
So I'm back living with my folks. Only now I got 2 more mouths to feed.
The mine's hiring, you know. Wouldn't you like to make the same kind of money your dad does?
The mine pays 6 times what I'm making now.
You want to be a lesbian now?
I want to be a lesbian.
Okay, now what are you? Cowboy or a cowgirl?
I'm a cowgirl.
No, not up there, you're not.
You must be Hank's daughter. Doc says you look darn good under those clothes. Sense of humor, ladies. Rulo numero uno.
I know things have been hard, but they're gonna change.
Knew you were gonna cry.
Mind your mouth.
Meet Buddy Sharp. He runs a powder room where there's short one body.
And we want a nice body, no fatties.
You're taking jobs where there aren't any to take. These boys aren't your friends.
Jerry!
Hey, I think we should go to Pearson. Tell them what's going on. This is our lives you're screwing with.
Miss Ames has a problem, and we're going to solve it.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson.
We're willing to allow you to tender your resignation effective immediately.
I work damn hard every day, same as you.
No, you're the same as me.
No, there's a few differences. You don't go to work scared of what they're going to write about you on the walls or what kind of disgusting thing you might find in your locker.
Keep your mouth shut and take it like a man.
He attacked me.
Bob, you lay hand on her?
Answer's no.
I want to sue the mine, the company, all of them.
You can't win. None of those women will take your side.
Whether you win or lose, you stand up.
All right, y'all get the point. But I wanted to read to you. This is posted on my Twitter, and it's just a short section of an article. But I want to read to you some of the details about what was alleged in this sexual harassment lawsuit. Hold on a second. I don't know why they decided to present the movie trailer with such corny, cheesy music. I don't know, because the movie actually is a very, very serious film. That's a very odd tone, but who am I to say? I just think it's a little odd. If you've seen the film, it is dead serious. There is nothing lighthearted or corny about it, for sure. Okay, so here is the text here. You probably can't read it, but I'm going to, I'll read it to you. This is from a Guardian article about the case. So talking about the main plaintiff in this harassment lawsuit, says the moment that she stepped foot in the processing plant where she worked at this mine, quote, it was really like they had never seen a woman before, unquote. She sensed the hostility. On her first real day on the job, she was working alone, sweeping up dirt in an isolated section when a miner passed by. He waited to speak until he was close to her. Quote, you fucking women don't belong here. Why don't you go home? That is where you belong, unquote, he said. And she said that she realized how vulnerable she was in that little room with no way out. There were 600 men and 4 women in the mine, she says, and I knew no one. It was intimidating. And then in the next paragraph, it explains why she stayed, right? People, it's the question too with jobs, right? And she talks about how she was making 3 times there as much money as she had been. Now, listen, though, in the next paragraph, this is where it gets into what was actually alleged about this working environment. And this ended up, this case, like so many others, ended up being settled for a large amount of money. So there was no, unlike what you see in the movie, I don't think there was a trial like that. There may have been some hearings. But anyway, listen to this, though. Listen to what was alleged. So the managers would time toilet breaks when the women would go to the bathroom just for a laugh, right? So you can imagine every time you're on the job in this situation, right, you have to ask to go to the bathroom of your supervisor. And instead of the supervisor saying, yeah, okay, the supervisors would make this big issue of it for the women. Okay, we're timing you, right? So that's on the smaller scale. But listen to this. Said management would keep pinups, naked pinups in the offices. Okay, and then it starts to get crazier. Regular miners plastered the plant with graffiti showing the women in sexual positions. Nooses were hung over workstations. Some of the women found semen deposited on their clothes when they returned to their lockers. One woman was threatened with being thrown into the pit when she refused a coworker's sexual advances. A few were stalked when they were off duty. The plaintiff woke up one night in the house she shared with her young son to find a miner had actually broken in. The women were all subjected to verbal abuse on the job called whores, sluts, bitches. Working conditions did not improve when the mine began hiring more women. Quote, every time a woman came in, she would be tested in the same way. And then if she went along with any of it, they would come back and retest us, unquote. It was like a retraining process. For Jensen, the plaintiff, the breaking point came in 1984 when, frustrated by the refusal of management or the union to intervene, she filed a complaint, a CRD complaint, with the Minnesota Human Rights Commission. At about the same, this is what Blake Lively did, all right? At about the same time, she was assaulted by her supervisor in the electrical department. Quote, he grabbed my wrist, came around the desk, and pushed me back in the chair. He was kneeling over me. He put both of my wrists in one hand. It was really hurting. And the article continues on. See, this is what I don't know. Hold on a second. Let me take this off the screen. This is what pisses me off about, I think the most about Blake Lively and what she's done. I mean, well, what pisses me off the most is the suffering that she's put multiple people through, and not just Justin Baldoni, but his family, everyone who worked at Wayfarer, who shared that dream that, no, I don't think is over, but it certainly is going to be a bumpy road in the near future, getting everything, I think, back on track for the vision that Sarowitz and Baldoni and Heath and the others have for it. You look at all of this, and it is enraging at the suffering that Blake Lively has caused and continues to cause to totally innocent people over something that she contrived. And they're not even serious allegations. That's the thing too. Like, even if you took what Blake Lively said in her CRD report at face value, oh, he made me watch a birthing video. I mean, they're still stupid. But of course I don't believe those claims, and they've been exposed and validated. So yeah, that pisses me off the most, that she has not just, let's just say it too, she has not just hurt people, because you can hurt people sometimes through just being a selfish asshole or someone who's just self-absorbed. I've done it in my life more than I would like. I mean, I don't ever want to do that, right? But to a degree at times that really in my personal life, that really makes me feel guilty sometimes, where I can look back and I can say, oh, I chose the selfish option that was better for me than what was better for that person, or it was better for us, right? But that's one thing to say, oh, we're all guilty of hurting people at one time or another, right? But then to say beyond that, it was premeditated. And then beyond that, not only premeditated, but it was extensive. I'm talking about Blake Lively, her attempt to annihilate Justin Baldoni and Wayfarer. Her whole plan, it was not just premeditated, it was extensive, and it was reinforced over the course of months. So it's not like some, freak accident where someone had, the temporary lapse in judgment, or they made a bad call, or even they were just being an asshole and there's some collateral damage. This was someone like a predator in the fucking jungle targeting a prey. And like the Predator movie, I mean, Blake Lively there, she kind of looks like, in that photo, she kind of looks like the Predator, doesn't she? Kind of. I didn't see it really until now, dude. Am I going too far with that? Hold on. I need answers. Sorry. If you're wondering what's going on, I'm attempting to ascertain if there is a legitimate resemblance between the creature in the Predator movies, and Blake Lively. And the only reason this came into my mind is because I was talking about, how she's like a predatory beast when it comes to this. Okay, so y'all are going to judge, all right? Are you ready to judge? You don't have to. If you find this to be an inappropriate exercise, judging a possible similarity between Blake Lively and the Predator beast, if you find this to be not worthy of Justin Baldoni and not in keeping with the decorum that one would want when discussing such things, I do understand. I concede your point. You can refrain from voting. But to anyone who does not have such moral qualms about this, you can lend your opinion here. And as we try to ascertain if there is a resemblance between one predatory beast here that we have before our eyes right now, and then this other predatory beast from the movie. Hold on. Okay, so here we go. Y'all ready? What I'm going to do is I'm going to superimpose, I'm going to switch out the photo of the Predator beast with this photo of Blake Lively. And that way you can really you can see how you feel about the resemblance. Wait, so hold on. Let's make sure this is right. Okay. Yes. So, okay. So here we go. Here's Blake Lively. And then here's going to be the Predator beast. All right. Blake Lively. And oh shit. There it is. Oh, there we go. I see a resemblance there. Do we need to do it again though? Okay. So are you seeing this? Okay. Here we go. All right. There's the Predator beast. There's one vicious, aggressive predator. And then here is another vicious, aggressive predator. I see more than passing resemblance, but that's just me. I might be a bit biased on that. I don't know. Oh, dude, if any of the Blake Lively defenders were awake and watching this, they would hate that one. That gives me some amount of pleasure there. Have I been missing stuff? So I do see some PayPal notifications. Thank you for the tips and donations. I guess tips. Let me see if anyone has any messages, any questions, anything they want to convey, and then we will continue on. I'll move on with it. Okay. I know people might be tired of the Predator thing. We'll move on. I'm trying to. Okay. I don't say the whole name, just the first name. So thank you, Maribel. I really appreciate that. She says, thank you, Colonel Kurtz. You'll always be my hero for South by Southwest and the amicus. Well, the amicus is not, I know it's not correctly submitted yet, so I do apologize for that and people's patience. But believe me, you saw that video. It's I put a lot of time in that thing, so I'm not going to let it go. I'm gonna put it out there. I just want to make sure that it's something that I feel really, really good about. So, and that also makes sense within what's within the in view of the updates that have occurred in that situation and stuff. But it's almost there. Okay. Thank you, Rebecca. Does not have a comment, but thank you for that. And of course, Neil, one of my best supporters, and I appreciate you. And Neil says, I hope JB, Justin Baldoni, makes a documentary about all of this, spares no details, and it's nice seeing you, Colonel. Wouldn't it be great and fascinating if Justin Baldoni did make a documentary about this, if Wayfarer, I mean, it would be hugely popular, and that way Baldoni could really control the impression, the presentation of, just lost a light. Baldoni could really control the way that his story is presented and present it really exactly as he wants. And I'm sure it would be very introspective and artistic. And I think that's a great idea. Great idea. I hope that at some point he does that. I think that would be really cool. Okay. So 2 things I want to do for people who are still chilling out. What's up? I'm going to read to you, and it's kind of unpleasant, so sorry, but that's what we're here talking about. I'm going to read to you just a bit, for those who haven't read it. Rose McGowan's book, where she talks about her Weinstein experience. And I'm going to talk about the point that I'm trying to make with this again. And also just a touch of the section on Manson, just because for those of you who don't know, a lot of people still don't know that Ms. Me Too was engaged to Marilyn Manson for several years and has said clearly and repeatedly that he wasn't abusive to her. But there was some mixed messaging because she was pressured to go along with the accusers and Evan Rachel Wood, and Rose McGowan has since then admitted that. And so she kind of gave some mixed messaging that confused people, but she's definitely Team Manson, and I do appreciate that. And I've never thought that Rose McGowan was lying about anything. It just says, to me, it's a difference of interpretation a bit that I have with her about her experience with Weinstein. So we'll do that, and then I'm going to read to you some passages from this, just some, not too much, that I really love. See what you think of that. And then we will close with my rants at Baldoni. No, my rant at Blake Lively and my words for Baldoni, and then maybe some comments. What time is it? Yeah, because it's 2:40 here, and I feel like, to be a responsible human being for what I have to do tomorrow and stuff with work, I feel like I should hang this up within the hour, but we've still got time. Okay, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, and I'll be back. Yep. I'll put something on. Sorry, I just need to get something, some milk or something. I'm a big, by the way, I'm addicted to filtered milk. So if that sounds strange to you, milk. I'm addicted to filtered milk. I drink it constantly. I hope that filtered milk does not cause cancer or something horrible like that, because it's new technology or whatever, because if it does, I'm so totally fucked because I drink so much filtered milk. So please, if filtered milk is bad, I'm not sure if I want you to tell me in the comments or not. I guess I do. If filtered milk is bad and you know it is and you have reasons, tell me in the comments. You can save me from myself, because I've been drinking a ton of filtered milk. All right. What should I leave you with for 5 minutes to watch here while we're sitting here? Watch some of the movie Predator. This is Blake Lively. Oh my gosh. I'll try to find. All right, yeah, y'all enjoy this final scene of the classic Predator, and then I'll try to be back in a few minutes. Get out of your hair. Oh, never mind. Oh, it's like, where is it? Oh, screw it. I'll just come back in 2 minutes. Y'all just stick around. Bye. I'll be back. All right. I hope my mods know that they can peace out and go to bed if they want to. All right. I know that the last thing people want to be doing late on a Friday night, early Saturday morning is just listening to descriptions of people talking about their sexual assault experiences, right? So, look, I'm not going to go on and on with this, but I'm trying to make a point, like I said, about how there can be different perspectives when we get into the murky topic of this essay and sexual harassment and stuff. When these murky topics, people can have such different ways of interpreting events, as we know. And the thing is, yes, you could say that about other crimes, except generally, like other crimes or other types of violations, there's more of a clarity to it. Like if you steal something from someone, then like the police can search you and they see, oh, you have it, you're not supposed to have it. Clearly, there was a theft that took place, right? It didn't like just magically teleport itself into your pocket. Even with like murder, there's like not always. Sometimes it's a matter of interpretation, like with the Menendez brothers, right? Was it justified or not? But a lot of those cases, as you know, is ascertaining like actual like evidence that someone perpetrated a crime. And I know like Karen Reed and stuff. It's often very ambiguous with cases like that too. So, but you get the point I'm making. But I do want to describe, since you could argue that the entire Me Too movement was really birthed initially by Rose McGowan, and I'm going to put a picture of her up, that she really was the mother of Me Too, or at the very least, one of the main mothers of Me Too, and in terms of what her allegations against Weinstein in that early article set off, and then her as an early face for the movement, right? She just had a lot of impact. Get a picture of her. Okay, so this is from her book Brave, and this is what she says. I will at times skip over things, but it's not going to be for like to skip over meaningful, significant things. It's just if there's like, I guess you'll have to trust me, but if there's stuff that I can just kind of get through that without having to read everything to you. But you can also find this yourself online. I saw that there were free copies, PDFs, if you just Google it. But the title of this is Brave. And so let me find the Weinstein part. She does describe the Weinstein experience before she talks about Manson, because the Weinstein thing happened prior to her dating Manson. And in fact, that was something that she writes about, is that Marilyn Manson, Brian Warner, helped her to get beyond or get over what she felt like Weinstein had put her through. Okay, hold on a second. Just trying to find it. People say, oh, I hate it. I hate it when it takes you so long. It's so disorganized. Well, yes, because it's disorganized because I haven't organized it. I wasn't aware that I had to organize live streams ahead of time. I ain't got time for that quite yet. I'm not quite to the point in my semi-career, but still kind of hobby called YouTube, where I'm planning live streams with links. Sometimes I do actually, but no. Okay. Just a second. The thing about, while I'm trying to find this, the box, and I've talked about this before, the box that some of us find ourselves in, I'm talking about like some of you internet sleuths who get into the Me Too stuff like I do, and looking into some of these different cases. The box that you find yourself in is that some people will assume that you just always think that the man is innocent. And the problem that you find is that because lately so many, post Me Too, so many of these celebrity cases actually do have huge holes in them and big problems to varying degrees. Not all, but so many of them do, that merely pointing out these holes, these problems, these concerns can make it seem like you really do think that every accused man is innocent, because you find yourself, and you see it if you look at my page, right? Case after case saying, oh, but I don't know, look at this or whatever, right? And of course, on the extreme side, you've got like the Sean Combs situation, where over and over I've said, yeah, the guy is obviously guilty of assault and battery and stuff, but look at this case and look at these lies that some of these women are getting caught in, stuff like that, right? But it's just very tricky to go down that path, because after a while people think, oh, you just don't care about sexual assault victims or sexual harassment victims, and that basically, people like me were just insensitive, misogynist at worst, or just insensitive to the plight of real victims. And what I try to point out again and again is that, I don't know why I can't find this, it's funny. What I try to point out again and again on my show is that it's really important, everyone, to have an historical perspective about things. And this is why learning a little history I'm talking about a little history beyond what they teach in school, even if it's just listening to Dan Carlin podcasts occasionally. I mean, I've been subjected to those at times over the course of my relationship against my will, I'll have you know. No, they're interesting. So I've not always been in the mood, but I've always learned a lot from them about history, and it affects my view of how I see things today, right? If you can't contextualize things in terms of larger historical patterns, then you tend to misread or partially misinterpret what's going on in your present. And so what I'm trying to say is this, is that we have in our society today a number of people who consider themselves feminists, who are so laser focused on the tiny, tiny annoyances that women like Blake Lively are made to feel on a movie set or in the modern office, that they're totally laser focused on these smaller injustices, or with Me Too stuff of taking consensual sort of ambivalent, awkward sex and making it into rape cases, right? This kind of stuff happens to such a degree that it starts to sort of erode public sentiment. People just don't trust these classifications, these categories, these ideas like they once did, but yet we're supposed to all pretend like these are not realities, right? And so what you find you have is that people believe one thing, but they still feel like they have to sort of pay lip service to something else. But what I was saying about history is that when you look at history and you see the terrible things that women have had to go through. I've talked about it a lot, of just like listening to World War II podcasts that my significant other is interested in. And when it gets to the part where they talk about like the rapes that are a part of war in some of these situations, and massive, I mean, just terrible things. And then you put that up against what Blake Lively is claiming. And it's just it's beyond insulting. All right. I'm going to have to like literally stop this and find the page. 1 second. Okay, here it is. And again, I know some of you, because I did talk about this and read some excerpts from this on a live stream a long time ago. I know some of you have already heard it. And the only reason that I repeat it is that I do have a lot of new audience members, subscribers, because of the Blake Lively stuff, who don't really understand. I think, even though they know I support Baldoni, I think there's still a lot of people who don't, even with that, really understand where I'm coming from. And I get that, because a lot of what people see is almost a kind of like a caricature, not only a caricature that other people will give me, but that I give myself. Every time we post on Twitter or we post on Instagram or even in short YouTube videos, it's really often it's in ways that are designed to get attention and stuff, but that are often not indicative of sort of the more subtle, nuanced ways in which we think or feel, right? Like I try to write longer Twitter posts at times to really explain myself, but Anyway, so the point is, I'm really wanting to take this opportunity, a late live stream, to talk, since we're talking about like what's going on in the courts and why are these activists so successful? What is all of this about? This post Me Too moment. I do want to get into some of this. Okay. All right. I just had it. That's funny. Oh my God. Oh my God. The alcohol has melted my brain. One of the things that came out with Candace Owens is, I really can't believe that I've been looking for this long, actually, though. It's pretty funny. I just want to do a short recut of this with some cheesy, like silly comedy music in the background, like with those Amber Heard videos. Remember that? The music, the dun 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 dun. And I just want to put that behind me flipping pages as I keep looking for this thing that's right underneath me. I really did just have it a minute ago. Oh my God. But no, the Candace Owens thing, like one of Weinstein's main accusers, not only kept, after she claims that, she was assaulted, not only kept trying to see him, trying to get favors from him, but also tried to hang out, introduce him to her mother, get them to hang out. Like, it's just when supposed victims, and that's just one part of it, but when supposed victims act in ways that are not only seemingly irrational, but that just seem totally out of keeping with what normal people feel that they would do in that situation, then it calls the larger narrative into question. Okay, I think I found it finally. So basically, she sets this up. I'm not going to read all of it. You can yourself, but she sets this up by saying that he invited her to go to his hotel room, and that the expectation was that they were going to talk her career, basically. And this is the sort of standard MO of what similar accusers say. And again, I don't deny severe workplace harassment here, right? But also there's a whole narrative again on I think of the woman's side that's not often getting told, as to like the calculations that are going on in these women's minds, and the way that they're dealing with Weinstein, that muddies the waters. All right. Okay. So she says, I found the room number and knocked on the door. 2 male assistants, she's talking about Weinstein's room now. 2 male assistants opened the door. I offered them another chipper good morning. The men said nothing and looked down. I thought, well, gosh, they're not so friendly either. They pushed past me silently and left me alone to walk in the room. Now, what she's suggesting here is that the assistants, Weinstein's assistants, were in on it. People knew what was going on, the predatory way he was conducting himself, and that they were sheepish about it, right? And honestly, I don't have something to say about that. I haven't really thought about it, but I'm trying to just present for you honestly without my commentary, and I'm going to stop commenting really, just because I want to get through just what Rose says here, and then we can talk about what I think about it. Okay, when most people hear hotel room, they imagine a bed, dresser, and a little bathroom. The Monsters hotel room, and yes, the Monster is what she calls Weinstein. The Monsters hotel room was the entire floor of the hotel, probably around 3,000 square feet, like an average to large size house. Definitely not the small hotel room the mind conjures. I went inside and into the largest living room I had ever seen, and there was my boss, the studio head himself, on one end of a huge couch, talking loudly on the phone. He gestured for me to sit down. He kept talking loudly on the phone while I waited for about 5 minutes for him to finish his call. I had time to study him. I was repulsed immediately. Now, I want to mention one thing here. Having seen interviews with purported Weinstein victims, they all seem to really focus on the idea of how physically repulsive they found Weinstein. And and of course, that makes sense if you're talking about someone that you feel like assaulted you, but that seems to figure much more prominently in Weinstein Weinstein's situation than in other cases that I have read about. And I just want to say that the old joke about would this be happening? Would Weinstein be in jail if he looked like Brad Pitt, for example? Like, on the one hand, that joke is, of course, incredibly like reductive and dumb. But on the other hand, like there is a truth there that it's getting at, that when we talk about the often murky area, gray area of consent in some of these situations, and whether something is sexual assault or not, like the amount of disgust that that a woman has for a sexual encounter that she's had, even if it was consensual, that can be really, I say this as a woman, that can be really significant for how you view the whole thing. And I guess what I'm getting at is that it is not at all uncommon to, in the moment, feel like something is not phasing you, or you're cool with it, or whatever. And then, and it doesn't just have to be sexual stuff I'm talking about, but I'm saying, like, with people when it comes to sex, and I think with women in particular, if I can make that generalization, there can be a disconnect at times between what one is feeling in the moment or not feeling, and then what kind of settles in after the fact. And it's just interesting to me. I'm not saying that it's necessarily indicative of anything, but it's interesting to me how many Weinstein accusers really make that idea of his physical repulsiveness prominent in a way that I've not seen in other cases or situations. But anyway, I don't know. Okay. I said no commentary. I'm going to stop, get through this fast. So she writes, the studio head was not attractive in the least. Let's just say it would be the understatement of the century to say that he would never win a beauty pageant. Well, maybe a beauty pageant in hell. He might win the award for most monstrous. He's a very large person, vertically and horizontally, oily skinned, his face pockmarked with a bulbous, fleshy nose and liver lips. His right eye squinches up more than the left, giving him a lopsided look. I guess when I'm talking, I should put him up here too. There's Rose. I don't think she wrote this with a ghostwriter. She's actually a pretty accomplished writer, and as far as I know, she actually, like, the phrasing and everything is hers. She wrote this. Okay, keep going. She says, his right eye squinches up more than the left, giving him a lopsided look. He reminded me of a melted pineapple. He could be the boogeyman of your worst nightmares. He became mine. I sat on a far end of a couch, and he sat about 5 feet away while he talked loudly on the phone. I stared at the ceiling so I didn't have to look at his face. Eventually, he finished up his phone call, and we proceeded to have our meeting. I figured I'd do what I did best, use my intelligence and my wit to prove I was different from the stereotype of an actress. Even being new in my career, I already resented being lumped in with the actress cliche. Okay, and this is some of the stuff I'm going to skip here. She's just talking about her perspective as an actress, trying to get taken seriously, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. And then she says, I really thought that this was a business meeting with Weinstein and that this creep cared what I had to say. I was so wrong. Later, I'd find out that other actresses had also been warned about what could happen when the studio head summoned you to a meeting. Later, I'd find out lots of things. Completely unbeknownst to me, an industry newbie, this hideous beast had a long track record of preying on young women. So she talks about that as an open secret. She didn't know the rumblings and the gossip, etc. Okay. So then she says, the studio head asked about the kinds of projects I wanted to do. What a banal question, I thought. I said I wanted to do projects that mattered. He seemed like a smartish man, gruff, rough around the edges, not particularly well-mannered, piggy, to be honest. I was taken aback by his size and ugliness. I covered it by talking about my love of classic films. Apropos of nothing, he said he had a jacuzzi. Okay, here we go. Apropos of nothing, he said he had a jacuzzi in his hotel room. Okay, non sequitur much, she's thinking to herself, I guess. I figured the jacuzzi comment was a brag about being rich and having a jacuzzi, which I thought was tacky. I didn't realize it was part of the setup. I didn't know what to answer, so I continued with my story. At about 10:30 a.m., we wrapped up the meeting, and he said he'd walk me out. I thought, well, that went well. It was my first meeting with a bigwig. So Rose McGowan, still talking about Weinstein. I couldn't wait to tell my manager, Jill, all about it. I figured she'd be proud of me. I exited the living room and walked down a hallway. Walking behind me, his huge size seemed even more overwhelming. I'm 5'4". It seemed like he was 6 feet, 4 inches tall, and 6 feet, 4 inches wide. He probably weighed 3 times as much as I did, if not more. My brain was now, and now one reason why this is being mentioned, and those of you who are familiar with the more modern Me Too attitudes about sexual assault and victimization, is that women are so in a lot of these situations are so intimidated by the superior stature, either literally in terms of the bigger physical body or metaphorically in terms of money, financially, or power, that they are not really able to object or be counted on to object or to say no or to voice displeasure or a lack of consent. And this is why so many activists then say that we need absolutely affirmative consent, where before you do anything sexual with someone, you like, are you okay with this or whatever, right? Although I'm not even sure in this case that would have solved the problem. But anyway, my point just being like this, you might ask, like, why is she spending so much time here talking about how big this guy is? And that's part of what's going on, is to establish that idea. And again, it's a matter of perspective, whether you buy that or not, that perspective. Okay. She says, my brain was already outside and on to its next task, the exit interview. The MTV camera was waiting for me outside and would be filming as I exited the building. I was hoping my makeup still looked good. In the hallway, we passed a door, she and Weinstein. Suddenly, he stops me and says, this is the jacuzzi room. I didn't know what to do, so I politely looked in and told him it looked nice. I had no idea why I was being stopped to look at a jacuzzi when we all know what they look like. I made the appropriate, you have a nice jacuzzi sounds. Oh. It was super hot and humid. I feel a hand on my back and it pushes me farther into the tiny, dark, incredibly hot room. Everything at this point happens so quickly and yet so slowly. I'm confused as to why I'm in this room. I can't breathe. He is standing right in front of me, taking all the space in the wood-paneled room. It all happens so fast. My clothes are getting peeled off me. I back into the wall, but there's nowhere to go. I freeze like a statue. I don't know what's happening. My sweater is being pulled over my head, and his hand pulls my pants down. He bends over and pulls my shoes off. I'm now naked. This all happened in the space of about 30 seconds, it feels like. My brain is trying to play catch up. I'm just going to read through this fast because it's not pleasant for anyone, and so I'm not going to chop it up, okay? My brain is trying to play catch up. Alarms are ringing loudly in my head. He takes his clothes off. What the fuck is happening? I'm picked up and placed on the edge of the jacuzzi. I am naked, up to my knees in the hot water. I curl into myself. I did what so many who experience trauma do. I disassociated and left my body. I went above myself. He gets in the water with a large splash. He pushes me up against the wall. My knees are pressed together. He places his hands on them and pushes my legs apart. I am open wide to a monster, literally more naked than I've ever been. And then she describes here him giving her oral sex while she's saying in her head, wake up, Rose, wake up, Rose. But I was frozen like a statue if the statue's legs had been spread wide. She writes, anyone who's a sexual assault victim will tell you the trauma does strange things to your sense of time, your memory. There are details you remember with uncanny accuracy, the shape of the tiles, the yellow quality of the light, the obscene bulbousness of a nose, all out of proportion to the rest of the face. And then there are gaps in the timeline where there's nothing. Every second extends for a hellish eternity, but it all happens in a flash, and your life is never the same. My life was never going to be the same. Detached from my body, I hover up under the ceiling, watching myself sitting on the edge of the tub against a wall, held in place by the monster, whose face is between my legs, trapped by a beast. In this tiny room with this huge man, my mind is blank. Wake up, Rose. Get out of here, she's thinking to herself. I try to make sense of what the fuck is going on. How did I get pulled into this position and pushed up against this wall? When did my clothes come off? I don't know what to do. It goes on and on and on. My skin feels like it wants to fall off. His disgusting tongue is inside of me. Oh God, tears roll down my face. The water is splashing because he is grabbing himself underwater. one hand holding me, his other holding him. Wake up, Rose. My brain starts to scramble. Survival instinct kicks in, and I'm desperately trying to figure out how to get the fuck away and make it stop. He is slurping and smacking his disgusting lips on me. More details. Oh my God, stop. I don't know how else to get out of this situation, she writes. So I remember the When Harry Met Sally movie with the big fake orgasm scene. So if you've seen that movie, she's making a joke in the movie about women faking it, and she fakes one like in a cafe, and people look around at her. It's funny in the movie. So she's referencing that. She says she was trying to figure out how to make this stop, and she thought of that scene. She said, so I did that. I pretended to have an orgasm. I moaned loudly over and over and over, tears falling down my face, mingling with the sweat of the room. He moans loudly. Through the tears, I see, well, and she describes seeing bodily fluids in the water. The fake orgasm works. He seems satisfied, and he sets me down. My legs feel like jelly. He tells me to get dressed. I grab a towel and hurriedly dry myself as best I can. My body's shaking. Try to find my clothes. I'm in total shock. I'm hovering above, not quite in my body, trying to make sense of what just happened. My life has been rerouted. I just got hijacked. She says, later, as I replay what happened over and over, I flash back to those men I saw on my way to the meeting. Okay, so she says, I stumble out of the hotel in a state of shock. The MTV camera crew is out there filming. The first thing I see when I come out is them with their microphone asking me how things went. That footage is out there somewhere. I hope I never see it, blah, blah, blah. So, okay, so that's how she describes, Rose McGowan describes her sexual assaults by Weinstein. And I don't have, it's too late and I'm tired and I just don't feel like attempting an examination of that or excavating all the reasons why I think that's problematic as much as everybody with a heart is going to sympathize with a woman who had sex, that a sexual experience, whether it's consensual or non-consensual, we'll talk about that in a moment, but any sexual experience that is experienced as negative, anxiety producing, fearful, repulsive, any of these things that she's reporting here. So I sympathize with her totally for that. I would also agree that this is on the job, or I guess job associated sexual harassment, and that it's totally legitimate for a studio to fire this dude over this kind of stuff and whatever. What concerns me about this, though, is that she seems, in her retelling of this, Rose McGowan, so intent on returning again and again in her description to a kind of helplessness that to me seems to just take away any kind of responsibility for expressions of consent or lack thereof, for decision making, because she's framing this as she was pressured in some way, but actually it basically describes, viewed another way, it describes him leading her to the jacuzzi, her going along from his perspective, possibly, her going along with all these things. She never once says no. She never once says, I don't want to do this. She even fakes an orgasm, which she says that she did to make it stop. Okay, I understand. But then from the man's perspective, if he's seeing the woman faking sexual arousal, like at what point is that not his responsibility to ascertain whether she's faking it or not? And so I'm very much on board with the idea of Weinstein as a bad boss, a creep, whatever that means, as we understand it, as a sexual harasser, all of these things, and deserving of social scorn and firing and civil lawsuits, whatever. But this is just not my definition of, this doesn't conform to my definition or my view of sexual assault. And this is the way that, by the way, a number of his victims describe their encounters with him. And I think what I read as a woman here is what's going on is these women are in a situation where they want what Weinstein potentially has to give them as a very powerful studio head, basically unparalleled in Hollywood at the time for his power and influence and his ability to make entire careers, a la Gwyneth Paltrow and others, that these women want something from him, but they also don't want to have to do the disgusting thing that he wants them to do sexual activity with his disgusting ass self, as it's repeated again and again in her narrative and other narratives about him. And so a kind of a dance ensues where each side is trying to get what it wants at the same time it doesn't want to give up something, right? And now, is this a cold-hearted way of describing these situations? Maybe so, but I'm just telling you what the calculation is. So when McGowan says, I froze, is she saying that she froze because she literally was terrified, as she's, I think, trying to intimate here? Or is the freezing more of like, how do I maneuver this situation so I can still get what I'm hoping to get here, right? Career-wise. And so they choose to do something, and then there's tremendous regret afterward. I'm not saying that that is the correct interpretation. I'm just saying that that is the way that I feel. And I do think that there is a whole side of female agency that so many of these activist narratives and these new definitions of sexual assault and harassment are not keeping in view. So let's get back to here for a little while, Blake Lively's situation. Whether you agree with Candace Owens about Weinstein case, or whether you agree with me that they're, about what I'm describing here with Rose McGowan or not, I do think that there's still some bigger issues to discuss related to these questions and the Blake Lively case. But so the Blake Lively Baldoni thing is unprecedented in a number of ways, but one way, and I know a number of you have keyed into this, we've talked about it before, is that she had actually so much power over Baldoni that she was able to hold him and multiple other people, even producers and other bigwigs, but multiple people on that set, kind of hostage in a way. And I don't have to get into describing this or explaining it, because if you followed the case, you know what I'm talking about. And if you look at what's alleged in the lawsuits against Blake Lively, Baldoni and Wayfarers, and then you see what was going on there. She was running roughshod over that entire production, and the only mistake that Baldoni might have made when it came to her, and Wayfarer might have made, is not standing up to her enough and empowering her more, kind of like Hitler again with when he was given part of Czechoslovakia or something, right? And so that just emboldened him to keep going. And I feel like, and so when you look at that, and you compare that to the powerlessness of traditional sexual harassment victims. And so that's why I talk about the North Country example, and with those female minors, 1 of 6 women out of 600 men, and they're in a porta potty, and the men are trying to overturn it, which did apparently really happen. Men are threatening to throw them off a cliff if they don't agree to go out on a date, finding semen on their clothes and stuff, looking, or even just looking at an episode of Mad Men, and that is fictionalized, but an accurate depiction of the kind of environment that women would have faced in the workplace. That has not been true for a very, very long time, or at least, let me assure you, Blake Lively has never had that kind of an experience, unless maybe she had some low-level job early on where she was, working at some blue-collar job. But I don't think she did, because she's been in the business for too long, right? Basically, hasn't Blake Lively only ever been an actress? Can you all correct me on that if I'm wrong? But I believe that basically her entire life, because her parents were both Hollywood, right? That her entire life, she has been ensconced in a world of unreality. And let me just tell you that that's relevant, because that does something to a person. When someone spends the entirety with 2 showbiz Hollywood parents, apparently, one was a casting agent and another was an actor that I've seen actually in some big productions. She never lived in the real world. She never did. Her entire life has been in the realm of make-believe. And so is it any wonder that Blake Lively has problems with reality, that that she misinterpreted so much of what was going on that set as harassment or as things that they weren't, or that she willfully manipulated the situation to her own advantage. I mean, either way, whatever the case was. So my point in all this is just to say that this woman is completely divorced, I think, from reality. And she, I do think, to some degree, believes that she was subjected to some kind of inappropriate behavior by a Baldonian wayfarer. And it's a shame that that kind of delusional thinking can be used in the courts as some kind of excuse to get her off defamation charges, defamation allegations, right? Because that's one of the issues, is proving malice, proving that someone knew that they were telling lies and that they were doing it with malice. I totally think that she did do it with malice. I think she hated Baldoni. I think she was trying to destroy him. I think that, but I also think that she did have this delusion that he really was mounting some kind of a campaign against her. I don't think that Blake Lively could deal with the idea that the hatred for her and the disdain for her was organic. She just, as we've said before, so many of us, she just probably can't even process or accept that view. So she comes up with all of this this bullshit. And also remember that this is someone who has ensconced herself in this neo-feminist, post-Me Too perspective on the world that I've been trying to describe for you all for the last several hours. And again, this is something, and the reason why, again, is this is something that I talk about in the brief that I'm rewriting so that people will understand what my interest is and where I'm coming from with this. It's a lot more than just interest in the celebrity aspect of the case, of these cases. It's really about much deeper issues. And so what I would say to Blake Lively, I have things, I want to say to Justin Baldoni, but what I would say to Blake Lively is, first of all, that you haven't fooled anyone with this recent ruling. I don't know anyone who has changed their mind about you or about the situation from what it was to something more favorable because of this dismissal by Judge Lyman. And you had this short-lived victory tour, as Brian Friedman describes it, but now you're back to the daily embarrassing slog, the legal slog, back and forth with brief after brief and letter after letter, and it's going to continue to be. Look, at the bottom line is she is trapped. Blake Lively, and this should be solace to those of you who are torn up about the fact that you feel like she got away with something here, or she's been getting away with some good PR, some good mainstream media coverage, which she has been for a few days. But that is over. And the thing that she needs to understand is that the mainstream media, they might be on her side politically, but what they care about even more than politics is ratings and views. And distaste for Blake Lively definitely, as she's pointed out many times in her legal briefs, it definitely gets clicks and views. It's just they aren't artificial, they're organic. And so Blake Lively is truly, she and Ryan Reynolds and their team, they are truly facing an opponent that is bigger than Baldoni, bigger than Wayfarer, bigger than Steve Sarowitz, bigger than any activist group. They are facing a much bigger opponent in this. You want to know who that is? It's every one of you and every one of us, because collectively, our interest in this, and yes, even our outrage at times, it is keeping the narrative going, and it is keeping, as long as the narrative is going, as long as this thing is being reported on, discussed, hashed out, referenced on social media, wherever, as long as this is happening, then it's good for Baldoni. I really think that, because it is perpetuating the narrative that he is a victim of Blake. That is, I think, what is getting out there on social media. Not so much mainstream media, but social media, it is strong. And so I think that Blake Lively better not take false solace in this recent ruling, because in the PR forum, I don't see where she has advanced at all. And in fact, I saw someone on Twitter, and I'm sorry, I can't remember which of you it was, but it was a really smart post. Someone on Twitter pointed out that in the wake of this ruling, people are, quote, out for blood. It's a metaphor, but they're out for blood, meaning that now people are so pissed about what they see as this unjust ruling this pro Blake Lively ruling. They're so pissed off about it and the injustice of it because people can sense the truth, right? It's like that old movie, The American President, where Michael J. Fox is saying, you know, why is it that people, oh God, what's the metaphor? Y'all remember, right? Oh, that people are so thirsty that they'll even try to drink the sand if no one offers them real water. And the idea being that like people were just, they'll basically, they can be led to anything, to fall for anything, right? But what he actually says, that he responds, he says, no, he's like people, basically, people still want the truth. They still recognize the truth deep down when it's brought before them. And I feel like Blake Lively is really still in a futile exercise, very futile, if she's expecting that public sentiment is going to change on this, because deep down, people have a gut feeling most of the time for the truth. And as soon as Baldoni and Friedman Wayfarer filed their lawsuits, it completely reversed the narrative that she had so carefully tried to stack up and support with the New York Times. And one of the things that I think is so interesting about how all of this has played out over the past months is that I was actually amazed by how quickly Baldoni's team was able to completely reverse that narrative that Blake Lively had, let's face it, had carefully set up over months and months. I mean, she was like a predator. Seriously, she was, as we know, months and months and months, was laying the groundwork for a lot of this stuff and manipulating people and cast members and applying pressure here and there and building up. And even long time ago, like, you know, well into the early stages of production of It Ends With Us, was laying the seeds of anxiety about whether she might complain about things and so forth. So my point is, she spent all of that time doing that, then colluding with the New York Times. I can't even imagine what that collusion between Blake Lively and her team and the New York Times ended up looking like in reality, because all we have are clues, suggestions of this, indications, and of course using our mind to deduce what went down there. But I think that if anybody ever does an interview or talks, it must be really interesting to get the story. I think it would be really interesting to get the story on what that collaboration between Team Blake Lively Reynolds and the New York Times was as they were working on that story together. I mean, how disgusting. How disgusting. You've got America's supposed premier journalist institution all cozy in bed with these two narcissistic movie stars that are using it as a way to settle some personal scores and to feed into their delusions about why they're not popular, about why she's not popular. But anyway, people know. They know the truth. And it was amazing to me how quickly, once Wayfarer and Baldoni and their team and Friedman got their narrative out there with those lawsuits, like how quickly so many people, including me, immediately caught on, right? And that tells you something. It tells you that people, yes, they can recognize the truth when it's put in front of them. It's just so often people feel like they can't get to the truth. Who has time in all of these cases to look into stuff? You know, I get that question at times about the Marilyn Manson case from people who say, okay, I see you've spent a lot of time on this, you're invested in it, but I don't have time to look into all this. Can you tell me a few compelling points that will make me feel like you have a legitimate perspective on this? And of course, I'm ready with an answer for that, because it's a valid question, right? Can you boil it down to some essentials? And of course, on the Manson thing, what I always say is she faked an FBI letter in court proceedings over the fact, I'm talking Evan Rachel Wood, court proceedings litigating the fact that she had kidnapped her child from his rightful father, who also was discounting her supposed experience with Marilyn Manson. So that's the first thing, right? The faked FBI letter that she submitted in family court in a custody battle with her ex, from whom she had kidnapped their child. That's one big thing. Obviously, the Manson accuser, who was on People magazine and went on The View saying horrible things about him, but who ended up flipping and signing a legally binding declaration under penalty of perjury, saying that the whole thing was a hoax constructed by Evan Rachel Wood, who recruited and pressured women to say things that were not true, make false allegations. And so she recanted. That's another thing that I say. And then the third thing is, I'll point out to people that multiple women, including multiple exes of Manson's, including Rose McGowan and others, some of whom I've interviewed on my channel, have stated that he was not abusive. He was not this person that they've described, that the accusers have described him as. So anyway, those to me are very compelling points, at least for the presumption of innocence. And so I think that but when I look at the Blake Lively situation, and I see that the way that public sentiment has turned so fast against her and has remained consistent, I don't see what's going to change. So I guess the question really ultimately with her fate is, does she have enough favors in Hollywood, or does Ryan Reynolds have enough favors still left to call in people who will put her in a starring role? I mean, will any big film want her to be the lead actress? That's an interesting question. I don't know what you think about that. But it seems like if I were a director and I were casting my film, I think that I would see Blake Lively being cast as a distraction. And also, do you really want an actress, a lead actress, that a large portion of your audience is going to not respond to? I mean, that's such a big deal in casting, as you all know, is who will the audience respond to? And they'll do like test auditions and stuff and focus groups and all that, trying to figure out and who they'll respond to. And you think an audience in a film is going to respond positively to Blake Lively? I don't know. I mean, some people will. I can watch anything, whatever, but I just think her career is, whatever happens, I think her career, legally speaking, how this plays out, I think her career is toast for a long time. And I think that if she changed her behavior and took some culpability, I think maybe she could start to work on that. But I've talked about that before. She's too prideful. She's too delusional. She's too far down. She's like Star Trek 5. She spent her whole life trying to find this thing, or believing this thing to be true. And she can't deal with the fact that she's got to go back on this. So she spent several years now, pursuing Justin Baldoni and maintaining this lie now. I mean, what it's been like since her earliest claim on The Set of It Ends With Us of toxic work set or whatever. So it's been at least over a year, right? That she's been actively feeding this bullshit narrative about Baldoni. And so I imagine after you've invested so much in that, and you've gone on all these shows, and you've spoken to an audience at a Time magazine influential rally, and all of this about your story and everything, and just, I wonder if it's almost impossible for her to walk it back. But she is doomed. And she just, with every step, as Macbeth says, with every step she goes in deeper and deeper and deeper. Wow. So anyway, I don't know. But if I were you, Blake, I would definitely not be taking much solace in the trajectory that I see from here on out, because Brian Friedman has signaled that he, like a dog with a bone, is absolutely not going to give up 1 inch of this legal battle. And he is going to make the most of what he's got in his toolbox in terms of the remaining claims that the judge has allowed to still be on the table. So what I want to say to all of you, in the audience, just from a layperson's perspective, but I see a lot of discussion about, well, how strong are the remaining claims, and how far could Baldoni and Friedman get on these remaining claims, and how big are they? Would they be a big deal if a trial came, et cetera, et cetera? And I don't know the answer to all of that, but what I would say is that I don't think Brian Friedman needs very much to keep the game going. He seems very committed to making the most of everything and dragging this out. And I think that Brian Friedman, and I agree with him, I think that he believes that it is still to Baldoni and Wayfarer's advantage for this thing to keep turning over and over and over in the public forum. I absolutely think that's the case. So anyway, there's still, I'm much more optimistic now than I was when I first got the news about the dismissal, like you all did, reading it online. I'm much more optimistic now about the way this plays out than I was at that moment, at that point. Oh man, it is 3:35. I tell you what is left, dude? What is left? Thanks for sticking around with me this long. Okay, so I did want to read to you a little bit from this book. and make a final point about Blake Lively with reference to it. And then I wanted to say a few things about Justin or to Justin. So give me a 5-minute break. I will come back and I'll give you 30 more minutes of entertainment before we close up for the night. Luckily, I can sleep late tomorrow. I know it was kind of disappointing with the lack of drinking. I did overbuild. I guess I built that up, hyped that up too much. I just thought people tune in if I highlight the fact that I'm in an unusually jolly mood. Let's put it that way. All right. I'm gonna go away for 5 minutes, and we never talked about Mary's comment too. Oh. We can talk about it a little bit. I'll be back though. 5 minutes. See you in a bit. This wig is shedding. It's gross, actually. His blonde hairs. Oh, man. What's up, everybody? Wow. I can't believe we've gone this long. See, that's what happens when you do a drunk live stream. Time just flies. No, I've not been drunk this whole time. I know I overplayed the drinking thing. It was a bit of a gimmick to see if I get a few more views. But I was in a jovial mood from a little bit of after work festivities, so wasn't all made up. All right, so there's a part of me when it comes to Baldoni that wonders, and I think I've seen others speculate on this, wonders where he is at with his philosophies and ideas on gender and gender relations, and of course statements that he's made in the past about the need to support women. I'll play the clip in a minute that Mary Morgan pointed out. But the need to support women even when men don't like what they have to say, or I would have to think Baldoni comes across in the videos that I've seen, and Lord knows I've not had time to even begin to really look at his body of work in terms of the things that he has written and said about all of his stuff, gender stuff. And so I made the mistake once early on of being, I think, unfairly reductive toward Baldoni and assuming that he was probably guilty of what Blake accused him of because, oh, he's one of those male feminists. Oh, and I had such a bias against someone who wrote a book called Undoing My Masculinity, right? Wasn't that the title of Baldoni's book on his, and it was about, and I haven't read it, and I don't know if I ever will, but it was, as I understand it, about his personal journey of dealing with issues, various issues as a man, and undoing, I guess, certain unhealthy modes of being tied to his masculinity that he found were not right for him and sought to change or get rid of or whatever. Like I think people get that, but I was just looking at the title to make sure I'd forgotten. I think it was Undoing My Masculinity. Yeah. Oh, Undefining. Sorry. Yeah. I could have looked in the chat to see that. Sorry. Yeah. So the title of Baldoni's book was Man Enough, Undefining My Masculinity. And so I had this very one-dimensional, biased view of him, and where I thought he was coming from is just basically almost kind of like I saw him as like I see ex-patriarch on Twitter. Do y'all know? Some of you know what I'm talking about. There's this pro Blake Lively account. Shout out to ex-patriarch. It's a dude who calls himself ex-patriarch, and he's like, I guess, a male feminist or whatever, but he's of course very supportive of Blake Lively and the popular Me Too narrative and all of that, right? And so I had this bias thinking that Baldoni was like that. But what I've found since all of this has happened, and I've looked at some of his videos and some of the conversations between him and his wife, or Jamie Heath, and others, and as I have just looked into, I think, his philosophy more deeply, I do see where it comes. Oh, lights again. It comes from a place that is much more nuanced and it's not the politicized woke cliche that I thought. And I've seen interviews too where Baldoni has, for example, refused to use the term toxic masculinity. He disavowed that term, saying that he doesn't think masculinity is toxic, and he doesn't like how politicized the politicized feelings evoked when someone uses that term and stuff. And so I look at stuff like that, or I hear stuff like that, and I think that this is someone who, out of his faith too, the Baha'i faith, and what I've learned about that unlike the way that pro Blake Lively supporters try to depict that as being a cult or something, it's far from it, and a really cool, interesting religion. And you can see then where some of the spiritual principles of his faith also figures into this interest in a healthy masculinity and stuff. And so the point that I'm making is, even though I'm far from understanding Baldoni's belief system and his work on these issues and these topics, I do feel like I understand much better than I did where he's coming from, and I don't think that it fits the cliche, right? And so and so that's one thing I wanted to say about this is that I hope that he has learned some lessons about perhaps what I think were blind spots in his thinking or philosophy about gender and about Me Too type stuff and about the attitude that people should have towards allegations of a sexual nature. And so I hope that this experience has opened his eyes to the fact that there is unfortunately a whole other dark reality about, or how should I say this? I was going to say there's a dark reality about women that maybe he's discovered, but I don't want to imply that Blake Lively is in any way representative of women. But I think the way that I would rephrase it or say it is that perhaps he was so focused on the negative capacities of a certain kind of masculinity that maybe he didn't take the time, Baldoni, or didn't have the opportunity. Life hadn't given him the opportunity to spend more time looking at or studying the female capacity for darkness, right? And that's what when I get into these conversations sometimes about female responsibility and consent, and that I want women to take responsibility for their actions, and I don't like the depiction of women as just almost like children, just frozen, don't know what to do. Like, I think people misunderstand that as coming from a place of like anger at women or misogyny or distaste, and really what I'm wanting is for women everywhere to evolve into what I think is a more healthy adult way of experiencing the world. I mean, I'm Generation X. I'm tail end of Generation X. And so I have a whole different paradigm of understanding sexuality and those of us who are of that generation, earlier generations, than a lot of young people now. And there are upsides and downsides to that. But I think that one of the big upsides of the Gen X attitude towards sexuality is an appreciation for upholding freedom, the individual's freedom to experiment and to play at the edges and to figure things out themselves without parental or societal supervision or repression, but also a very realistic kind of hard-edged understanding that sexuality is a very strong force that is unpredictable, that can get out of hand, that at times one's sexuality can be like even like a mystery to oneself, that it is the realm of the irrational, that it is the realm of the unspoken, that at times one can be aroused by things that also disgust one can do things that one also hates or dislikes or would seek to get away from as soon as one has done them, that with sexuality, the very like edginess that is the root of eroticism often, especially in early encounters, is also a problem when we look at issues of like very clear-cut issues like consent and things like that are we want to be very precise and sure of, yes, she absolutely 100% wanted to have that sexual encounter, when a lot of sexual encounters that are perfectly consensual by standard definition, the person might never feel 100% that they're wanting to do what they're doing. Oftentimes, part of Freud understood that part of the irrationality of human behavior is that you can persist in a behavior voluntarily, consensually, that you hate at the same time, or that you feel enslaved by, right? And so what I'm trying to say is that I think that there are these varying paradigms for sexuality and for the genders, and I always identified most with this sort of classical feminist paradigm of I want women to be independent, savvy, capable, strong. I want them to be this so that society will feel okay about giving women the responsibility and the freedom that they want to claim, that I very much as a woman want to claim. And you can have 100% security, theoretically, maybe you can have 99% security, and you can have 99% freedom. But as I've said before, and many others before me, you cannot have perfect freedom and perfect security at the same time. And some of us remember what it was like to grow up in households or I just remember I need to check the super chat. It's so late and I am tired. Some of us, though, still remember what it was like to grow up in households or communities or churches where we felt like there was significant repression of just healthy sexual interest between, between the genders. And I remember not being able to go out on a date until I was much older than my peers in high school. And there was always a lot of like repressive sort of fear around sexuality and really, of course, nothing was acceptable other than virginity, obviously. And you got to watch out for those boys, because you girls, you're just too stupid to understand all the mind games that those sophisticated predatory boys can play on you. And I'm not saying that these things are not true, right? But that they are not the only truth. And there's a whole other side of that, which is women and their desire, and the fact that women can be attracted to things that they find even repellent, or can do things that half of them partly they don't want to do, but they do. That women have the same capacity for these complicated layers of personality and decision making and psychology as men do. And for a long time, it was understood by early feminists that if they were wanting to pursue greater sexual freedom and just greater personal freedom, if they wanted to be treated less like women and more like human beings, that they would have to be tough enough to claim that right. And like Camille Paglia, I don't know how many of you are familiar with her work, but she's a kind of a feminist, but not one by any modern definition. And she's made a lot of enemies in the camp of Me Too feminism, because she says that Me Too has just missed the boat in so many ways on the truth of sexuality. And so what that has to do with Blake Lively is that, to me, Blake Lively is the next iteration of Me Too. And here's the crazy thing, there was that story, if you'll remember, a couple of months ago, there was that story that came out in a major publication. I think it was that Hollywood Reporter major story, remember, on Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively and the whole David and Goliath cover story and all that. Anyway, but remember how one of the things that was reported in that Hollywood Reporter story was that Blake Lively had apparently told friends that not only was she not backing down in her battle against Baldoni, but that in fact she felt that she was the next iteration of Me Too, and that she was taking, in effect, now I'm paraphrasing here, but the idea being that she was taking up the legacy of Me Too, the torch of Me Too, I should say, and she was carrying into a new realm, which is workplace harassment, right? And so that she saw herself as the next iteration of Me Too. And of course, it was a wildly preposterous, delusional thing that I actually totally believe. I really totally believe that she's telling people that. I totally do. And maybe even delusional enough to have tried to convince herself of that. But here's the thing. At the time, I laughed to no end of that. I thought that was so ridiculous. And of course it was. But I have come to realize that Blake Lively really is the next iteration of Me Too, in the sense that she has taken us from what used to be the realm of talking about at least serious sexual matters. Previous Me Too cases were about women feeling like they were compelled in some way, physically or psychologically, to have sex with someone that they didn't want to have sex with, or that they were groped, or that they were subjected to some really awful treatment, right? And that was the standard then for several years as Me Too played out sort of the standard expectation was that, that was sort of the level of seriousness of things. You would sometimes have certain allegations, certain cases, like with the Army Hammer situation, where more trivial stuff would slip in. And so some of the things that were alleged about him, a lot of them were just on their face, just stupid, even if they were true. Oh, he joked about being a cannibal, right? Whatever. And but even with Army Hammer, you had some serious, seemingly serious, and they're now debunked, of course, but allegations of actual sexual assaults against him, especially that Gloria Allred client, Angelina and Evangelina Aronovna, whatever the fuck her name was, but she was ridiculous, as it turns out. But there was an investigation. LAPD opened it. Here's my point, though. The next iteration of Me Too seems to be into more and more triviality. And I do see a way in which Blake Lively is the next iteration of Me Too, in that we see her taking the ethos of Me Too and the mythos, you could say, as well, but her taking this very serious idea of women standing up against hundreds of years, and a whole history of since women were in the workforce, of being harassed, women standing up against sexual assault, etc. And then by the time, so it starts off as this really serious thing, Me Too, and like with even Rose McGowan, and we get to the point with Blake Lively where she is seriously complaining about trivialities. And it's like that famous quote that history, the first time around, history is tragedy, and the second time around, it's farce. I don't know if you've ever heard that. First is tragedy, and then the second time is farce. And that's what I feel like this Blake Lively thing. I feel like the first iteration was tragedy in terms of the tragic Me Too stories, the ones that were legit, and then the tragic false claims, like with Johnny Depp, men whose lives were, completely ruined or almost ruined by women accusing them of the most horrible things, beating them up, raping them, all of that, right? And then you get to Blake Lively, and it is really Me Too 2.0 into triviality and absolute farce. And this is the thing I want to say to Blake Lively as well. I wonder if it has crossed her mind that beyond issues of truth or falsity of allegations, that there's also this other big issue that she has, this big problem that she has, which is that the nature of her situation is to make her a kind of a joke. In other words, her situation is not Rose McGowan. Whatever I think of Rose McGowan versus Weinstein, it's not Rose McGowan standing up against a monster, so to speak, like Weinstein. It's not an Epstein situation. It's not even allegations that Amber Heard or Evan Rachel Wood were bringing against Johnny Depp or Marilyn Manson, because there were some really serious things that were alleged there, however false. Blake Lively and her complaints are utterly trivial and ridiculous to the point that I don't think she understands that she has boxed herself into a corner where she is always going to be a joke in connection with this. No matter whether things get dismissed in court or they don't, or how things develop from here on out with the legal case, people don't view this as this saga as having the gravity of earlier Me Too type situations. And so for Blake Lively to see herself as a kind of a new iteration of a Me Too activist, a Me Too Hollywood activist, and not realize that to do that, you have to actually be standing on some serious, disturbing claims, because it's not enough to advertise, oh, I've got some really bad sexual harassment and workplace harassment that I experienced here, and it made me feel so like traumatized and all that. Okay, but then people are going to say, well, what happened to you? And the problem that Blake Lively has is that when people read her allegations, let's just say that they were true, although I know they've been debunked and most people believe Justin. But even you read her allegations, and it's like, okay, so you dealt with this narcissistic creep who made some inappropriate comments and passes at you. What? I mean, the fact that she has made a federal case out of this, literally, and that she is holding herself up and continues to as not only a victim of sexual harassment, workplace harassment, but also as emblematic, as a standard bearer, Joan of Arc on the field, leading the way for victims of sexual harassment. They don't need you, Blake. Do you know that? Do you know that victims of sexual harassment don't need you advocating their cause? Do you know why? Do you know why? Because first of all, this movement around sexual harassment has been around for decades now. That's what I was talking about earlier, the Charlize Theron movie, ironically starring Amber Heard in the opening scene. But anyway, the Charlize Theron movie about the first major class action sexual harassment lawsuit where women endured real sexual harassment, real shit. Okay? And those women were tough, and they would be insulted if they knew the way that you have twisted feminism or a concern for women, a basic concern for women and their well-being, and all of these good intentions by a number of these activists, that the way in which you, Blake Lively, have twisted them toward your own ends, have totally appropriated people and ideologies and movements and the suffering of others, taking on comparing yourself to women who, when they went to work, they had to worry about semen on their clothes or getting thrown into a mining pit. And you're upset because what? Because someone good-naturedly showed you a little snippet of their wife's home birth in a way that you know wasn't even sexual because you were working on a fucking movie in which this was a major topic. It's just so fucking obvious. And everybody can see through it. Everybody can see through it except a few loonies here and there, or people who are willfully blind because of their political orientations. Everybody can see it. And they're laughing at you, Blake. They're laughing, and they're going to keep laughing because you keep doing funny, unbelievable shit. And the entire foundation that you and your case is standing on is absurdity. It's farce. It's absolute farce. And it would be just funny and not so infuriating if you weren't trying to destroy so many people to keep the farce going, to maintain this bizarre delusion. It's seriously, it is. It's like when the Enterprise in Star Trek V, that crazy dude takes them all the way to the edge of the universe to their doom. Some crazy evil demon out there trying to tag along, hitch a ride on the starship. Anyway, the crazy dude takes them all the way to their destruction because he can't face the fact that he's been going on the wrong direction. And Blake Lively cannot face the fact that she's wrong on this. But the insult that to not only to other harassment, to real, I should say, harassment victims, and people that like the women in that film that I talked about, the Charlize Theron North Country film. But not only that, but it's just insulting to me as a woman. This is not the vision of femininity that I want out there. You know what? I don't talk about this much, but I have chosen in my life not to have children. I'm 44 years old, and I have chosen, it is by choice. And I'm sorry, I keep not seeing the super, or forgetting about the super chats. Okay. 2 more minutes. I'll get to it. I am childless by choice. And I'll tell you that one of the reasons for that is because it was really important to me. I'm not saying it should be important, but it was really important to me to have a very strong professional identity of some kind. Like I always knew, even from the smallest age, that I was going to be really invested in some kind of career or whatever. I think when maybe a lot of women are dreaming about their wedding or having kids or whatever, I was maybe more idiosyncratic in that way, and that I was dreaming about whatever big job I was going to have one day or what have you. Okay. what's my point with that? Is to say that I have always identified with a strong, independent, and how do I want to put this? Strong, independent, self-aware, capable vision of femininity. And I'm not saying that I always live up to that, because my partner in life could tell you in many ways I fall miserably short. But that is something that, especially coming from my traditional background, my parents were Southern Baptist, East Texas types, and there was a lot of good that came with that, but there were a number of negative things, and it was a very, very, very traditional, I would say, regressive attitude about like gender and gender relations, and also like women's place in the world and all of that, right? And not so much from my parents themselves, but the environment and everything, living in 80s and 90s East Texas and Southern Baptist small town type thing, right? And so the stereotype that I so often resented was a repressive one of like, girls are too weak to be free. Girls are too weak to be unchaperoned. Girls are too psychologically susceptible to the manipulation of more intelligent guys, right? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I so wanted to get away from that. And I thought that modern feminism would liberate me from that. And so, then that wasn't the only reason, but for a number of reasons, I went more to the left then in college and early grad school, and really, but then what I discovered over time was that Betty Friedan, Gloria Steinem era type of feminism, as deeply flawed as that was, but that kind of feminism that celebrated freedom and independence, but also responsibility, that was giving way to a new idea of women that focused so much on victimization and women's weakness in relation to male manipulation when it comes to consent. And it was the same thing that I've been getting in church in East Texas all those years, just in a different guise. And that's the thing that, among many things, that bugs me about what Blake Lively is doing, is that she's presenting us an image of this woman who, like, let's say that the allegations are against Baldoni are true that she's making, which they're not, but let's just even say on its face with that, like, a lot of what she's presenting here is an image of a woman who couldn't handle herself on this set, even though she had all of this power. All of this power, even, and she's leading us to believe that she couldn't handle herself on set, that she couldn't handle like dealing with Justin Baldoni. Are women that weak? And that's the thing that I hate about this, is women wanting, why do women want to take on, and it's not just her, it's Amber Heard, it's Evan Rachel Wood, it's all of the false accusers. Why on earth do you want to demean yourself by taking on the mantle of weakness? I mean, I know why. I know attention and money in some cases, and notoriety and psychosexual problems. And okay, I know, but like, so I want to read to you, and I know it's late and no problem if some of you need to go to bed, but I am going to read some of this. This is one of my favorite books, as I've said, ever. It's called, you can't really see it, but it's called The Morning After. And hold on, let me just, this is a pretty obscure book. This is not something that actually a lot of people, even a number of academics or feminists, would necessarily be familiar with. It did make a splash for a little while when it came out, and the author did some different like shows and interviews and things like that, and political shows. But it made a gigantic impression on me, and that's not only because I read it when I was coming of age developmentally myself, right? But because I recognized so much of myself, even at that early age, when this came out in 93, and I think I didn't read it then. I don't think I read it until maybe like 95. But even at that early age, 15 or so, like recognizing, and I had no sexual experience at all and would be a virgin for a number of years beyond that. But even there, even with such little experience in a lot of ways of the real world and such a repressive background as I came from that I've told you about, I recognized myself very much in this perspective. Now, let me do the super chats while I'm thinking about it, and then I will go on with this. Dan, what is up? Are you up late or up early? Dan says sex is often exploratory, not deterministic. Yep, exactly. Exactly, which is problematic in a society that is trying to often adjudicate claims of sexual assault or harassment according to a very, as you know, very deterministic, very rigid formulas, or attempts to be, at least bureaucratic. Dan says, I'll prefer juries to social media. I hear you on that. All right. Did I miss anybody else? I will check PayPal again before we're done. But kudos to the 225 people still with us. So you all actually are in for a treat. If you've never read this book or heard it read to you before, yes, I have done a couple of videos on it, but a lot of people don't see my philosophy videos. They're tucked away by the algorithm. If you've never read this book before, you're in for a treat. I'm going to read some passages, and I think you'll be really kind of delighted, like I am, to hear someone put some of these things into words this way. Dan Campbell says, if AIs lead to a moneyless society, eliminating the incentive, let's see how many false accusations against powerful figureheads continue. I hadn't thought about that, but that's an interesting angle. Okay, so this is from, as I said, this is from the morning after, and just a touch of background here, because I'm gonna read it to you for about 10 minutes because it's got some interesting stuff. So the writer was a graduate student. She was working on her PhD at Princeton when she wrote that. Her name's Katie Royfee, and like me, she's a middle-aged woman now. But she was in graduate school at Princeton getting her PhD in English, which I identify with there as well. And she had considered herself, she actually came from a famous feminist family. Her mother, Anne Royfee, was a semi-famous feminist writer. In other words, she wasn't like #1 New York Times, but she was well known in literary type circles. This woman's mother was, for her feminist writings. So point is, this woman, Katie Royfee, she had grown up with a very feminist perspective, what we would consider to be the more classical feminist perspective, right? That, as I said, we're talking like the 1960s and 70s Friedan Steinem era, which, among other things, positive and negative, was focused on increased like freedom for women, right? And women to be taken more seriously, etc. Okay. So anyway, the point is, this woman, though, this writer, Katie Royfee, that I'm about to read to you, she grew up in a feminist family, then went to graduate school to get her PhD in English, kind of to follow along in her mom's footsteps, basically, and wasn't looking to change her philosophy on feminism, wasn't looking to upset the cart, so to speak, among her contemporaries and in her views. But what happened was, she unexpectedly started to notice at Princeton in graduate school, and this was the late 80s that she was describing, that there was an unhealthy perspective on gender, and specifically on consent and rape, that she felt was germinating, or that was taking hold of the young people, and that was not good. That was actually, in her view, the opposite of what a feminist perspective she felt should be. And so one of the things that's interesting about this book is it really shows you sort of the patient zero, so to speak, or the ground zero from which a lot of the ideas now that are so commonplace in society, relating to consent or assaults or Me Too stuff, like where a lot of this stuff was germinating. And I've said this before too. I mean, I felt like I was in grad school in the post 2000 period, but I felt like the stuff that in some of the classes that we were saying about gender, that was being said about gender, that would go more mainstream. I felt like it had been around for a decade or so, but kind of under the radar, right? It took Bruce Jenner, basically. What I'm saying with some of the gender stuff is like, I mean, I'd been in graduate school long before Bruce Jenner, reading all kinds of like transgender theory and things like that as a part of just doing PhD graduate work in the liberal arts. But it's not until Bruce Jenner came out and suddenly everybody's talking about trans stuff that then that goes mainstream, right? So anyway, the point is, it's just interesting. The stuff she's going to talk about that she observed at Princeton and what that ended up, feeding into in our society. Okay, so obviously, I'm just going to be reading a few parts from my favorite. So anyway, so she goes. So the writer of this, Katie Roiphe, she goes to grad school at Princeton. She starts getting upset, basically, or concerned, I should say, about what she sees happening there, attitudes taking hold. And then she writes this book, and it caused a bit of a stir. Okay, this is from her book. And I'm actually going to put a caption up so people know what we're doing. Because I'm going to read a bit here. Maybe this will put y'all to sleep, late night story hour, so to speak. And then I'll conclude. All right, so Katie Roiphe, morning after. All right, there we go. I got a caption. My grandmother lived in a world of manicures, hair salons, and no place to go in the morning. She shopped and played endless card games, the king and queen of hearts, spades, clubs, and diamonds, absorbing all of her intellectual energy. She was caught in a bad marriage with nothing to fill her days. Talking about her grandmother. She missed feminism, my mother told me, by only a few years. It would have saved her. So she starts this. I just want to note, and I'll try to keep my my notes down to a minimum, but I want to note that the way that someone starts a work of art is always one of the most important things to take notice of, because it's significant. It's almost always significant, right? So she begins by referencing her grandmother and the fact that her grandmother, in some ways, she lived this seemingly affluent life, manicures, hair salons, no place to go in the morning. Like, she doesn't have to work, right? I mean, what a luxurious, easy life. And then she talks about the downside. She was caught in a bad marriage, trapped with nothing to fill her days, right? All of that easefulness, but also emptiness. And then she says, she takes note of the fact that, according to her own mom, the grandmother missed feminism by only a few years. If she had lived a little bit later, when feminism became a thing, she might have been spared. All right. Now, a number of you might be turning, your stomachs might already be turning and like, oh, this is such bullshit. She's trying to say that traditional, post World War II society was bad for women, blah, blah, blah. We're not going to litigate that right now. All right. I'm just setting up, though, where this gal's coming from. And here, what I'm saying is, the whole point here is that, yes, this is a feminist. This is someone who considers herself to be a left-wing feminist. And yet even she has issues with some of the stuff that she was diagnosing early on in the late 80s. Well, in the 90s in her writing. So anyway, okay, I'm not going to interrupt again for a while. So when I was very young, I thought of feminism as something like a train you could catch and ride to someplace better. My grandmother had missed the train of feminism, but my mother caught it. I knew it was all about having your own work before work meant anything to me but the sound of my mother's typewriter behind closed doors. In the 60s, my mother had written a novel called Up the Sandbox, an early feminist book recounting the elaborate escape fantasies of a bored housewife. Feminism had a lot to do with my mother's own escapes. I knew that. She would never let my younger sister and me watch the Brady Bunch because it was sexist. Everyone else seemed to be watching the exotic row of blonde girls file through their adventures, and we felt like we were missing something. When we finally managed to persuade her, or my mother, to let us watch an episode, She would hover over us, reminding us that girls shouldn't want to just be cheerleaders, right? So this lady that I'm reading, she grew up in a very politicized, hyper feminist background, which again is going to make then what she's about to say in a bit all the more shocking. My grandmother used to tell my mother that when you're on a date, you should laugh at the boy's jokes. You should make conversation about the things he is interested in, and you should pretend everything he says is interesting, even if it's not. You see, it was more complicated back then, my mother told me. Now you just have to be interesting yourself. So then she describes her background. I'm going to skip through this a little bit. Growing up in this environment, and she says, "This is where I come from. I didn't spend much time thinking about feminism. It was just something assumed, something deep in my foundations. When I got to Harvard in the fall of 1986, all of that changed. I found something called feminism that was unfamiliar to me. The feminism around," so she went to Harvard first and then went to Princeton after that. Okay. "When I got to Harvard in the fall of 1986, all of that changed. I found something called feminism that was unfamiliar to me. The feminism around me in classrooms, conversations, and student journals was not the feminism I grew up with. The Take Back the Night marches and the sexual harassment peer counseling groups were alien, and even sometimes at odds with what I thought feminism was. All of a sudden, feminism meant being angry about men looking at you in the street and writing about, quote, the colonialist appropriation of the female discourse, unquote. At Harvard, and later at graduate school in English literature at Princeton, I was surprised at how many things there were that you could not say in arguments and assertions that could not be made, lines that could not be crossed, taboos that could not be broken. The feminists around me had created their own rigid orthodoxy. You couldn't question the existence of a rape crisis. You couldn't suggest that the fascination with sexual harassment had to do with more than sexual harassment. You couldn't say that Alice Walker was just a bad writer. You might not get that reference. And the list of couldn'ts went on and on. Listening to feminist conversations in and out of class, I was surprised at how fenced in they were, how little territory there was that could actually be disputed. I remember sitting through a workshop on date rape freshman year thinking, this is not me. This has nothing to do with me. The naive female victim in the film being shown was worlds away. Her 50s-style dates were not the kind of dates my older sisters went on. She was passive and innocent and overly impressed by the boy's intelligence. She didn't drink. It might as well have been a documentary about the mating habits of the fruit fly. The thing I didn't know then was that the mating rituals of a rape-sensitive community and the attitudes that went along with them would be a part of feminism as I would experience it from that point on. A new bedroom politics had entered the university. Fighting date rape and sexual harassment seemed to unite and inspire the feminists around me. Everything was cut and dried. It was feminist against the backlash, us against them. And increasingly, I felt like I was them. As I see it, there are more than two sides to any issue, and feminists are closer to their backlash than they'd like to think. The image that emerges from feminist preoccupations with rape and sexual harassment is that of a woman as victim, offended by a professor's dirty joke, verbally pressured into sex by peers. This image of a delicate woman bears a striking resemblance to that 50s ideal that my mother and the other women of her generation fought so hard to get away from. They didn't like her passivity, her wide-eyed innocence. They didn't like the fact that she was perpetually offended by sexual innuendo. They didn't like her excessive need for protection. She represented personal, societal, and psychological possibilities collapsed, and they worked and marched, shouted and wrote to make her irrelevant for their daughters. But here she is again, with her pure intentions and her wide eyes. Only this time, it is the feminists themselves who are breathing new life into her. She writes, and then she talks about the book that she's written, and she makes clear that it's not a scientific study. It's merely her own experiences and observations and so forth. But I want to say something here, and then I'm gonna read some more. She seems particularly bothered in this about the stereotype of women as being very innocent and very, she says, I didn't like her passivity, her wide-eyed innocence, that she had an excessive need for protection. This is something that, this is a point that I find myself bringing up again and again across so many cases, even cases where the guy is guilty of some bad shit, talking about right now Sean Combs. But this is true in almost every one of these cases I've looked at, whether it was a legit case or it wasn't, is that seems to be such an effort that women are making now, accusers, whether we're talking false accusers like Amber Heard, Blake Lively, Evan Rachel Wood, or we're talking, I guess I should say, valid accusers, like, for instance, say Cassie, right? Cassie Ventura, the main witness against Sean Combs. Now, I might have a problem with the government's case and all of that, but no one denies that he abused her and that it was horrible. What I get concerned about, though, is when I see, whether it's Cassie or it's the woman who testified recently in that trial, Jane, under the pseudonym Jane, when I see that the women are excessively trying to represent themselves as having no agency, no ability, no sense of choice, as maybe not wanting to admit that at times they were motivated out of a desire for money, for career advancement, that they were making a calculated, I guess I should say, that they were making a calculated choice to stay with an abusive man in an abusive relationship, like in Cassie's case, because they'd calculated that it was worth it to them to try to get certain advantages out of the relationship, or that they preferred living this life of luxury and so forth, even having to put up with the abuse. And of course, in this the last witness that testified the last few days in the Diddy trial said that he actually wasn't abusive to her until after he got stressed out by the trial, which kind of surprised me. But anyway, but here's the point that I'm making. I'm not trying to get it back into the Diddy stuff, but the point that I'm trying to make is that you could look at a case like that where the guy did some really bad shit, and I have a concern still in the way that I think that the prosecution and these women are trying to paint every single choice that they made as him just puppet master pulling the strings, when in fact what we have is a lot of evidence showing that there was a strong consensuality to a lot of that. And I'm not saying that means that they didn't feel pressured or afraid or whatever, but I'm just making an observation on a trend in thinking, and it's called coercion. I'm hearing and reading this term more and more and more in relation to Me Too type claims, whether we're talking about Me Too lawsuits, or we're talking about entertainers, aimed at entertainers, celebrities, what have you, or if we're talking about criminal charges such as Sean Combs Diddy is facing. This idea, coercion, is getting used more and more as ammunition, propping up these various perspectives. And I have a real concern about that, because it's coercion is a subjective concept that, one person's idea of coercion might be another person's idea of just having the pressures that human beings always exert on each other constantly. If you think about your exchanges with others in your life, your conversations, your activities, we are more or less all the time engaged in a constant series of negotiations with people about everything from activities that we want to engage in to how often we want to have sex with our partners. If you don't think that that's a negotiation, you haven't been married long enough, I guess. I mean, whatever, right? Every relationship. And so am I trying to say that your normal relationship with your husband or wife is the equivalent of Sean Combs Diddy and what was going? No, what I'm trying to say, though, is that there is a gray area between this what I think the government is trying to promote in a lot of these RICO type cases, or that the feminist activists are trying to promote, this idea of coercion, where women are just totally at the mercy of the superior intellect and strength and aggression of men, and to the point where they can't be expected, women can't be expected to act in a way signifying consent or lack thereof. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's similar to the Rose McGowan Weinstein story. She didn't even say no to him. She obliged with everything that he was leading her to do. I know that now she terms it, oh, he pushed me to the jacuzzi. The way she describes it, though, is he led her to the jacuzzi. He undresses her. She shows no sign that she has any issue with it whatsoever. She fakes an orgasm. And it's like, in her narrative telling of it, in Rose McGowan's narrative telling of it, it's like she's not even there. I kept screaming to myself, wake up, Rose, wake up. It's just not, it's not good enough. I'm sorry. And look, I'm not saying that it's not possible that she did freeze. I'm just saying that the responsibility for that encounter cannot totally be laid at the feet of Weinstein to the point where that's defined as sexual assault. And so when I'm saying that there are those really extreme, ugly cases where we're talking about guys that we think are creeps or worse, or abusers, whether we're talking about Sean Combs, we're talking about Weinstein, there's still issues, I think, with this idea of coercion. When we get, though, to cases like Baldoni and Blake Lively, where you clearly have a good-natured, gentle, nice guy like Baldoni, and you have a manipulative, highly manipulative, I would say predatory person like Blake Lively, you look at a situation like that, and then feminists would tell us that we have to use a label of coercion to describe the dynamics of that relationship. And we're supposed to believe that Justin Baldoni was the one doing the coercion. Anyway, I know I want to get back to this reading because it's important to me, and I want you to hear a few more things before I have to go to bed. But I just wanted to point out that this is what she's talking about here, this vision of women as being innocent to the extreme, and that's not actually healthy, a healthy concept for women or for people to have about women. All right, I'm not going to read it, but there's a chapter in here on the blue light system and the notion of these blue lights on campus, which she doesn't have an issue with, technically speaking, but she talks about the significance of that, what that sort of means psychologically, and how it's emblematic of attitudinal shifts. But anyway. And she also talks about Take Back the Night rallies, which I don't think that they do those anymore. I don't know. Those of you who are just recently out of college or in college or grad school, I don't think that Take Back the Night rallies are a thing. I think I remember seeing a couple of them early on in grad school, but then they kind of went away, I think. But they were really popular on particularly more leftist campuses in the late 80s and early 90s. And it was what the name implies, Take Back the Night. They would, different speakers, well, I shouldn't say speakers, let me put it this way. Ordinary women who showed up to attend the protest were invited to share their experiences of sexual assault, sexual harassment, or just to commiserate with victims. And so you can imagine what that looked like. It was a lot of crying and women telling stories about horrible things that happened to them or other people. And it's one of those, look, it's a perfect example, the Take Back the Night rally. It's a perfect example of something that on its face seems like it should be the right thing, and it makes everyone feel good. Just like a lot of this legislation, the anti-SLAPP thing, 47.1, the look back windows, the Adult Survivors Act, all these things on their face, it's like, how could you even argue? So like Take Back the Night rallies, like, doesn't it sound good? All of these women who've been through horrible things, they can stand together in solidarity. But you know, having been to one, I can say that it devolved into a lot of people telling long-winded stories, and we don't know if what they're saying is true or not, because we can't discern if someone is telling us a story that really happened or they're seeking attention at the Take Back the Night rally. And so you have these long-winded crying stories and everyone's crying. And I'm thinking, this is the image of femininity that we're trying to promote. That's what she's talking about here. And this is what I would say then to Justin Baldoni. I'm going to get back to reading, but I'm going somewhere with all of this. If Justin ever happens to watch this, Justin, I hope you will get a copy of this book as fast as you can, because I think it would really speak to you at this point that you're at now, on this journey that you're at in relation to gender issues and what you've been through with Blake, and really complement what you're going through, I think. But the point here is that something that can seem on its face to be so obviously good can actually counterintuitively not be so. And I find that again and again with some of the feminist propaganda, and even like the Take Back the Night rally being a perfect example of something that on its face seems like totally awesome. But in reality, the experience I had was that I thought it was problematic. Let's put it that way in a number of respects. Okay. I got to get back to reading this, or I want to get back to reading this though. So she talks, okay. Here's what the chapter I want to get into. The title of it is The Rape Crisis, or Is Dating Dangerous? All right. According to a widely quoted survey, 1 in 4 college women is the victim of rape or attempted rape. 1 in 4. I remember standing outside the dining hall in college looking at a purple poster with this statistic written in bold letters. It didn't seem right. If sexual assault was really so pervasive, it seemed strange that the intricate gossip networks hadn't picked up more than 1 or 2 shadowy instances of rape. If I was really standing in the middle of an epidemic, a crisis, if 25% of my female friends were really being raped, wouldn't I know it? The answer is, okay, well, we stop for a second. Now, she got some shit for this from people who misunderstood, I think, what she was saying here. So what the author is saying is that she's told by the feminist propaganda that in a supposed study that 1 in 4 college women is raped, but she herself, being a college woman, a woman in college, she does not feel like that matches the reality that she knows around her. And so this is something I think that, how do I want to put this? This 1 in 4 statistic really gets to the heart of some of what I'm talking about in terms of the subjectivity of some of these terms. Because when you look at that 1 in 4 statistic and it says 1 in 4 women is raped in college, the image I think that most people have is a situation where you've got a woman who is actively not consenting, either saying, no, I don't want to, or pushing away, or in some way showing non-consent. And the guy forces himself on her, has sex with her, right? That, or the idea of a woman who has gotten so wasted, say at a party, that she is passed out, she is unconscious, and a guy has sex with her, right? But that, when you look into these different studies about sexual assaults on college campuses, that does not account for the vast majority of that 1 in 4 statistic. That classic idea of sexual assault is not what people are talking about these days when they talk about it. I mean, it can be, it's a small subset, right? But that's not what you're hearing about when you hear about, for instance, this epidemic of supposed rape on college campuses. What, in fact, you've got is you have, generally speaking, cases that mostly fall under a large gray area umbrella. And that when you actually get into looking at these cases, as these administrative adjudicators have to do, what you find is it's often the same BS that we see at the higher level with these cases that we're looking at, where it's a he said, she said. There is a contradictory behavior and evidence that doesn't look good for the accuser, and that could possibly exonerate the guy who's accused, et cetera, right? And so this 1 in 4 statistic, it's it's women self-reporting, and they often will ask them questions that fall outside of what I think should be a narrow definition of sexual assault. For example, she's going to talk about it. Okay, so let's continue. Neil Gilbert, professor of social welfare at the University of California at Berkeley, has written several articles attacking the two sociological studies that are cornerstones of the rape crisis movement. Having taken a closer look at the numbers, he questions the validity of the 1 in 4 statistic. He points out that in the study, which is the one most frequently quoted, 73% of the women categorized as rape victims did not define their experience as rape itself. In other words, they were asked if they had been raped, and they said no or didn't say yes. But then, due to the way they answer some other questions, subsequent questions, they're recategorized in this study, right? And again, these are old studies, a long time ago, right, when it's written, but I'm trying to show you how these things are actually these numbers, how we actually get these numbers in some of these studies. So she says that 73% of the women categorized as rape victims did not even define their own experience as rape. It was Dr. Mary Koss in this study, the psychologist conducting it, who did. These are not self-proclaimed victims then. These are victims according to someone else. From Koss's point of view, these women were suffering from what they used to call false consciousness. The way it is usually and tactfully phrased these days is that they don't recognize what has really happened to them. So she's just using that as an example here of some of the kind of shadiness that she's going to be referring to. In this same study, one of the questions used to define rape was, quote, have you had sexual intercourse when you didn't want to because a man gave you alcohol or drugs, unquote. The strange phrasing of this question itself raises the issue of agency. Why aren't college women responsible for their own intake of alcohol or drugs? In other words, why is it that if a classic case of a drunk college guy and a drunk college girl, they hook up, and then the girl who was drunk claims that she was assaulted because she was too drunk to give consent? And these types of cases actually are the majority of college sexual assault cases that are brought before the university for adjudication. In other words, what I'm saying is the vast, vast majority of rape allegations on college where someone adjudicates it and there's a formal process, it's almost always over a drunken night where up to a certain point there was consent, and then there's two different versions that diverge and no way to tell, and conflicting evidence and stuff, right? Okay, I'm gonna continue on. A man may give a woman drugs, but she herself decides to take them. A pamphlet about acquaintance rape gives the following. I'm sorry, you can't hear me. Let me say that again. Why aren't college women responsible for their own intake of alcohol or drugs? A man may give a woman drugs, but she herself decides to take them. I notice a pamphlet about acquaintance rape that gives the following as an example of a rape scenario. Quote, a woman is at a party and is very drunk. A man, whom she knows through a friend, has had a few drinks with her. He leads her into an unoccupied room in the house. They begin to make out, and he feels as if she is responding to him. They have intercourse. He leaves her in the room, asleep or passed out, and returns to the party, unquote. The idea here is that women get too drunk to know what they are doing, while men stay sober and lucid. If we assume women are not all helpless and naive, then shouldn't they be held responsible for their choice to drink or take drugs? If a woman's judgment is impaired, as they say, and she has sex, it isn't necessarily always the man's fault. It isn't necessarily always rape. Everyone agrees that rape is a terrible thing, but we don't agree on what rape is. There is a gray area in which someone's rape may be another person's bad night. All right. So then she, I think one of the most compelling parts of the aspects of the book is when she describes her interactions with fellow students around her. A lot of them a lot of whom we'd recognize as being proto woke. That is to say, basically similar to the people that we identify as woke or identify as woke today, right? And so she talks about them a bit and their attitudes on this. She says, the idea of a rape epidemic has swollen beyond a few beyond a few book passages here and there. Although the rhetoric and statistics may be the stuff of airy political visions, they also affect real students and real financial decisions on college campuses. Universities channel money and resources, rooms, energy, and ideas into rape counseling and education programs. The fear of rape is not confined to university officials, however. It is not the kind of administrative worry that barely catches the attention of the average freshman. Students shout about it at Take Back the Night marches. They talk about it over coffee. At a party, standing in the corner, one can hear two college sophomores talking about the danger of being raped by friends. One of them says a male friend of hers recently confessed that he was infatuated with her. Afterward, she let him drive her home. She trusted him. Nothing happened, thank God, she tells her friend over her cup of red punch. But it scares me to think of what could have. It scares me to think that I trusted him after I knew how he felt about me. Yeah, the other one agrees. You have to stay in public places in situations like that. Dead serious, eyes wide with concern. One college senior tells me that she believes 1 in 4 women is too conservative an estimate. This is not the first time I've heard this. She tells me the right statistic is closer to 1 in 2. That means 1 in 2 women is raped. It's amazing, she says, amazing that so many of us are sexually assaulted every day. What's amazing is that this student actually believes 50% of women are raped. This is the true crisis, that there are a not insignificant number of young women walking around with this alarming belief. This hyperbole contains within it a state of perpetual fear. Now she's quoting a poster. Acquaintance rape is dating dangerous, unquote. A pamphlet commonly found at counseling centers says this. It gives a sample date rape scenario. On the cover, the title rises from the shards of a shattered photograph of a boy and girl dancing. The pamphlet tells us what she is thinking and what he is thinking as the date progresses. She thinks, quote, now this is, okay, so she's describing a date rape counseling pamphlet like you'd find, I guess she's saying that these are on campus everywhere or whatever, and it gives a date rape scenario and it describes what's going on as the date progresses in the girl's head and in the guy's head. Okay, so this is the girl, quote, he was really handsome and he had a great smile. We talked and found we had a lot in common. When he asked me over to his place for a drink, I thought it would be okay. He was such a good listener and I wanted him to ask me out again. She's just looking for a sensitive boy, a good listener with a great smile. But unfortunately, his intentions are not as pure as hers. Beneath his great smile, he is thinking. Now, this is what the pamphlet says for the boy. She looked really hot, wearing a sexy dress that showed off her great body. They start talking right away. He knows that she likes him because she keeps smiling and touching his arm while she's speaking. He notes to himself, she seemed pretty relaxed, so I asked her back to my place for a drink. When she said yes, I knew I was going to score. This dialogue. When they get to his room, the bed turns out to be the only place to sit. Our innocent heroine thinks, I didn't want him to get the wrong idea, but what else could I do? They talk for a while, and then he makes his move. She is startled. He begins by kissing. She says she really liked him, so the kissing was nice. But then he pushes her down on the bed. She tries to get up and tells him to stop, but he was so much bigger and stronger. Now, her issue with this is not the depiction of the essay itself, because, you know, he's using physical force. But what she says is the problem here is that these are cardboard stereotypes that are not just educating freshmen about rape. They're also educating them about dates and about sexual desire and gender relationships. With titles like Friends Raping Friends, Could It Happen to You? Date rape pamphlets call into question all relationships between men and women. Beyond just warning students about rape, this movement produces its own images of sexual behavior in which men exert pressure and women resist. By defining the dangerous date in these terms, with this type of male and this type of female and their different types of expectations, these pamphlets promote their own perspective on how men and women feel about sex. Men are lascivious, women are innocent. And so she continues on. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but she continues on talking about this binary and how it's such a classic traditional binary of women innocent and pure and men not right, that it's such a classic binary that she can't believe the way that she says the feminists themselves are resurrecting it, right? This idea that women are infantilized, that they're not competent, that they can't handle the big bad world of men, right? So she talks about this, and then she gets into the idea of consent as well. This question about active consent, where the idea is that you need an affirmative, like a verbal, clear signal to proceed with sex. And so these are her thoughts on it. She says the idea of consent has gone beyond the simple assertion that no means no. Politically correct sex involves a yes, and a specific yes at that. A New Standard pamphlet on acquaintance rape warns men that, quote, hearing a clear, sober yes to the question, do you want to make love, is very different from thinking, well, she didn't say no. This is something, by the way, that Baldoni supposedly, according to Blake Lively, right, was talking about in that conversation that she said made her uncomfortable. It's so infuriating that you had in this situation Baldoni, who was trying to work through these types as a feminist, trying to work through these things, and was basically voicing a very progressive version of consent, saying that consent, you need to look beyond whether she didn't say no to, like, does she really want to do this, right? And it's so sad and ironic that he was doing this and Blake twisted this into a form of sexual harassment, that Baldoni was actually promoting this perspective of the affirmative consent and this really progressive way of viewing things, right, that the feminists these days really love. And yet this was one of the things that Blake used against him. Baldoni's attempt to reach out to Blake, and not only to reach out to her, but I remember a lot of what was going on in these scenarios with Baldoni and Blake and the others is that they were working on a film centered around gender issues and questions of abuse and sexuality and this stuff, right? So these conversations about consent, they were part of the work. And so it is just so frustrating that these interactions that Blake highlights in her complaint and her suit as harassment, and even if I don't think she's even presenting them correctly, but let's say she is, that they would be understood if proper context were provided. But the way that Blake slices little bits of a conversation and selectively places them here and there, and then strips the context away and replaces it with this negative context of, oh, this creepy guy, he's talking about how he's not sure that he totally, when he was younger, he totally like got a full affirmative consent from women sometimes, oh my God, he's such a harasser or whatever, right? Meanwhile, what was really going on is Baldoni, as the director, was trying to work through some of the main themes of the film, and with reference to his own personal work on his own masculinity. I mean, it's so frustrating. Okay. So according to the premise of active consent, we can no longer afford ambiguity. We can no longer afford the dangers of unspoken consent. This apparently practical prescription cloaks retrograde assumptions about the way men and women experience sex. The idea that only an explicit yes means yes proposes that women, like children, have trouble communicating what they want. It proposes that words are likely to escape us, that we are likely to find ourselves tangled in situations where we can't assert our desires. Beyond its dubious premises about the limits of female communication, the idea of active consent bolsters stereotypes of men and women. So this is the thing. This is why Rose McGowan's narrative about Harvey Weinstein is problematic to me. This is why this new idea of coercive control and coercion and some of these new feminist ideas focused on victimization and so forth, some of them make me uncomfortable or problematic, is because I see that I don't know at what point, though, we're supposed to expect women to act in a basic adult manner, with some basic self-determination, because it's too easy to say I just froze. I know that does happen when women are assaulted, and I've had acquaintances, known women who have told me that they've been assaulted, and when they were assaulted, their instinct was to freeze up. I do understand that. I see, though, a big difference between someone who is freezing up because they have been threatened by the aggression of the other person, and that the other person has shown them some kind of threat or aggression, so that's the reason they're freezing up. Or I think in the case, like with a lot of, for instance, the Weinstein accusers, the freezing up is more like, I want something from this guy, but I know but I don't want to give him what he wants because gross, and I don't want to do that, and I shouldn't have to do that, and whatever. And so to me, like, the problem with a lot of these, again, I've been saying this for hours now, the problem with a lot of these questions related to sexual assault, sexual harassment cases, right, is that there's a lot of subjectivity in there. And so, you can push things, you can, how do I want to say this? With a lot of these cases, you can up the ante pretty well by just adding some adjectives and some adverbs and changing the language a little so it sounds more intense than it is. And so I feel like when I look at I've looked at some of these civil suits over the years, or allegations in some of these different cases, that I get the sense that at times there's just a real effort being made by some of these women to just completely abdicate responsibility for decisions that they've made. And I think that I'm a woman. I know that we are a lot more in control of our behavior and our actions, and we know what we're about, and we can even be manipulative and cunning, and a lot more than these types of perspectives are giving us credit for, I guess is what I'm saying. And I don't appreciate the way that Blake Lively, in her CRD complaint, and in basically the way that she has comported herself since then in her discussion of this case and what she's doing, continues to do in court, she's perpetuating again this idea of a woman who really just cannot handle being left alone in a work environment, apparently. I mean, I'm serious. Who is going to want to hire Blake Lively to work on their movie or on their set when apparently she is so psychologically fragile that she cannot handle any of the trivial interactions that we've learned about that she had with Baldoni, that she claims are just so traumatizing to her, that of course weren't even accurate anyway. I know. But I'm just saying here that this kind of feminism is very much a case of not understanding that you can't have it all. And if you're I'll say it again, if you want total security and you don't want to be made uncomfortable or feel anxiety or feel harassed in any way, you can get that, but you can't have freedom then, because these things in the real world, these are things that happen. And by the way, let me just say something. One thing that my significant other has reminded me of a lot over the years is that men experience harassment on the job all the time, not necessarily sexual, but harassment, because guess what? The workplace, especially in a number of careers that are more hardcore or high level, the workplace is a rough environment. I'm just talking about emotionally. I don't know who came up with the idea that someone was not supposed to feel uncomfortable when they go to work, especially if we're talking like at Blake Lively level, where you motherfuckers are being paid millions of dollars to do this shit. And you're whining, you're telling me, oh, I can't do it. Can you show me a birthing video? I just froze. I don't know what to do. Come on. I'm just tired of this shit. I'm just tired of it. And it's like what she's talking about here in this book. Just is like wide-eyed, oh, I'm just Blake Lively. I don't know what's going on. I'm just an innocent little baby. I need Ryan to protect me when Ryan's not here. I can't handle myself around men. I can't handle myself around big bad men like Justin Baldoni. Meanwhile, though, at the same time that she would have us believe that, she was fucking terrorizing that whole set. Like, that's the thing that it comes down to for me. I know that that people on the other side, Blake Lively defenders, they can point to these little snippets of conversations on the part of Justin's PR people that indicate that Justin's side was doing some PR stuff. Oh, look here what they said about Jet. See, they were doing some stuff. They were doing some stuff. Oh yeah. Well, whatever they were doing, weren't doing, it wasn't what was getting the results, because what was really going on with the Blake Lively stuff, we all know, was organic, right? But Blake Lively would just have us believe that she was just totally subjugated beneath Justin Baldoni and Wayfarer, and that they subjected her to this toxic, awful work environment. I'm sorry, Blake Lively, you don't know what normal people have to go through on the job. And my point earlier that I was getting to is that in a normal work environment, men experience a ton of, at times, irritation, anxiety, discomfort, and yes, at times, harassment. I'm not even talking about sexual. I'm talking about the way that men give each other a hard time. You can talk talk locker room banter or whatever, or alpha male, jostling for position. I don't care what the fuck it is, but I'm just saying, here's the point that I'm making, is that if women want to be taken seriously in traditionally male realms, such as the modern workplace was considered to be for a long period of time, if women want to be taken seriously in this or any other realm, then they have to show some psychological fortitude and toughness, and they have to be able to put up with at least what men put up with from each other. And I'll tell you a story. I'll tell you an anecdote here, and I'm drawing to the end. I'm not going to read any more from the Royfield book. I might, maybe some other time. She's got a lot of great stuff in there. That was just a little bit to give you a taste there. But I'll tell you a story. My significant other, he now owns his own business, and he's working on getting that fully launched and really where he wants it to be. But he did consulting for a couple of years in his MBA school. So he, out of the Army, decided to get his MBA, and then did consulting for a couple of years. And it was a very and no, it wasn't at Deloitte. I'm trying to remember the name. It wasn't Deloitte or McKinsey. It was, oh God, I'm blanking. Anyway, it was one of the big five or whatever. Here's the point, though. It was a high stress consulting job, and he was constantly having to work, constantly having to travel. That's why, even though he was being paid well, he ended up quitting, because he's like, this is just not the kind of life that I want, where I don't have a life, right? Or my life is just totally this job, right? Anyway, here's the point. He worked with this woman who was about his age, and she was, I was saying this again. He worked with this woman who was considerably younger, but had about his same experience in business. Now, he had been in the Army for a while before, but my point is, they came in at the same time, more or less equals in terms of the job positioning and stuff, right? Well, they both reported to their boss. And here's the point that I want to make, is that their boss gave my guy, my significant other, a much, 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 much harder time than he gave the girl, even though my guy was more competent. It's true. I'm taking his word for it, his description of things, but knowing him, I think it is true. He did more of the work. My significant other did more of the work for this team, and was more competent and more effective, and all around, he thinks, just a better employee than this girl. But he was given a much harder time. So his boss would frequently yell at him, express frustration in rough ways, be sarcastic, be flippant, be very demanding. Got to get this done now. Where's that report? Gruff, all of that. Guess how he talks to the woman? Never raised his voice, gentle, sweet, accommodating. That's okay. You get to it when you can, blah, 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 blah. And so you have these two people, and because of their gender, the man is actually treated in a kind of a more rough and tumble way, which he was fine with. You know what? He didn't complain about it. he thought he remarked on it, he noted it, but he was like, "Ah, this is just how life is," because that's the tough attitude that adults who want freedom and responsibility have to have. And so the point that I'm making is that I don't think actually women realize how often they still are, to some degree or other, coddled or treated better than men in work environments, because you've got this official activist narrative that the workplace is just a hotbed of harassment and horrors and toxicity for women. And the reality, and my significant other saw that in his consulting work. In his 2 years in consulting, he flew all over the place, worked with all kinds of different companies and a lot of women, and saw a lot of women on the job and whatever. And the harassment of the past, it is gone. It really is. Some remnant of it may exist here and there in some more particularly backward company or backward fields or whatever. But really, like, sexual harassment, generally speaking, is just not the issue that it once was. And so to see someone like Blake Lively, she's so comically out of step with the reality of things, trying to claim that she's experiencing harassment and workplace toxicity, when actually she probably has had the easiest ride of anyone that I can think of in that department, because she's always been working in the entertainment industry with her parents kind of, looking over her shoulder, right? So I don't know. My point is just to say that this is a woman who, because she's beautiful and because she knows how to charm, she has gotten her way throughout her life based on that. And as a result, psychologically, a woman like that, Blake Lively, has not developed the emotional tools with which to handle an occasional situation where she doesn't get what she wants, or where she faces some adversity of some kind. And so I just don't think, I think when things kind of went south on social media, that whereas a well-adjusted, healthy, strong person would say, well, it sucks. It's a little annoying to see this stuff out there about me, but look, we just made hundreds of millions from this movie. People think I'm like a genius businesswoman. I'm getting all these offers, blah, 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 right? And gone on. But instead, she couldn't do that because she's so coddled and she's so entitled that she can't handle the bumps in the road that normal people can, because normal people understand that you got to take some pain at times, that if you're going to have freedom or success or any of these other things that Blake Lively enjoys, that you're going to have to deal with the thorns every now and then that come with the rose. And she just couldn't. And so then she had to look for someone to blame, and it just spiraled out from there. But I don't know, man. It is time to go to bed. I can't believe I have talked and well and truly rambled, I have to say, for 5 hours, 15 minutes. But what I want to say, about, and I probably won't use this, honestly, because I'm so tired, in a future video like I planned. But when it comes to what I would say to Justin Baldoni at this point, seriously, I really would say that I hope, and I'm sure he is, that I hope that he uses this experience as an unfortunate and painful entry point, but an entry point into maybe considering a whole other side of the coin that I feel like is almost still kind of taboo in our society to a degree, where these things, these truths about women, and that women do possess dark sides and capacity for duplicity, and that there are a lot of women that you can't actually believe, right? That these things that now he has sort of an entry point into exploring sort of these dark aspects of femininity, right? Because he was really good at exploring dark aspects of masculinity and undoing those and writing about his process for that. So maybe now, as a part of his process, he can reflect on what this situation has taught him about his blind spots when it comes to assessing gender. And I don't know. But anyway, it is late. Everybody, I hope I didn't miss any super chats. And wow, I don't know why I wanted to spend as much time with you, but I had a good time. This actually, I kept doing it because I was enjoying talking. So I hope that you got something out of it. But yeah, that's it. Thank you so much to my mods and to my supporters and everybody. I'm just going to start babbling now because it's time to go to sleep. One more thing, finally. So I have 2 things coming up that just so everybody kind of updates on what's going on with my channel and my stuff. So I am still going to publish an amicus brief, and I think that what I'm doing in the way that I'm finishing it, or that I've changed it from what it was before, is it'll still address the 47.1 question, because I don't want Justin Baldoni to have to pay triple damages on the defamation thing or whatever, right? So I definitely will still, I've kept that in there, and really everything else that I wrote and that I read the other day in that video is applicable to what I want to ask for from the judge, is just to make sure that he is taking certain truths into consideration. And so I've talked more about these questions of like how many defamation claims are actually false, and false allegations, and theories of different things and whatever. So my point is just to say I'm going to give it another try. And I thought about just shelving it and saying, sorry, I fucked up and it got kicked back to me, and I just think it's obsolete now. And I thought about it, but I really do think that it's a good letter, and I think with some changes that I'm making, I think it's very applicable, and I'm sure he won't even read it, dude. The only thing to worry about, or the only downside, is just him just totally ignoring it, which I expect he will, Judge Lyman. But anyway, I want to get it up there on the docket. I want people to see someone writing something to represent Justin, represent a Justin-friendly perspective. Let's put it that way. Okay, last thing also. I am going to do a video very soon, maybe a stream, or maybe a series of videos about the Eric Dane ALS situation, because for some reason, the announcement that he has ALS that came, a week or two ago, it's really struck me, even though I'm not like some big Eric Dane fan or what have you, but it really has made an impact on me as far as these celebrity stories go. And so I want to get back to something that I haven't done in a while, and start posting some philosophy videos again, or more serious videos looking at non-celebrity topics and philosophy and spirituality and these types of things. And so I thought that the Eric Dane news would be an entry point for that, because I want to talk about some darker, more serious philosophical topics, and kind of get back into some of those types of videos that I used to do that some of you really, I think, love a lot, and start trying to put some stuff back on the board for my Patreon people, who are still a few of them hanging around, because I don't even share that link anymore because I got so behind. But I need to pick that up and do some stuff for people who are still over there, try to catch back up. But anyways, okay, I'm well and truly rambling. I'm going. Bye-bye. Love you all. Thank you. Justice for Justin Baldoni. I'm going to sleep.